Hallelujah. Hallelujah. El Shaddai Lehenu Alea Botenu. Abiara Mamigis Karabiako. Atak Bados Shemeka Bados Baruch Shemeka Lolam Mae. When Shamru B'nai Israel Shabbat La Sot Shabbat Ledorotam B'nai Ola. Beni B'nai Israel Otinola. He said Shekri Masad El Shaddai Wa Shamayim. Where Ta'aris Bayom Masbi Shabbat Wa Inafrash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Rebeleka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Molech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Ulok, Olam Maheh. Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto, Olam Maheh. Baruch Kabo Elohim, Yukomo Melech Yom. Haluhu, Olam Maheh. First of all, I'd like to give him honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar. To the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and
God gave us a choice. In Deuteronomy, it states, he said, life and good, death and evil. But he left something very important at the end of that quote, at the end of that saying.
So very wise counsel.
A very wise counsel.
Inside, yeah.
He said, but choose life.
Tip. It's like a tip.
And in choosing life, you will live. Your seed will live. Your seed will live. Right. Your children's children will live. Why? Why? Because these laws, commandments, and statutes that God gave us gives life. It has an effect on our bodily structure. The laws of God has an effect on our bodily structure. Okay? The laws of God are linked to our organs.
Right.
And when we break these laws, it affects our organs. Okay? When we break these laws, we jam up our bloodstreams. So all these laws, commandments, and statutes are linked to the organs of our body. Yeah. Remember that. You have positive and you have negative. Positive and negative precepts. Laws, commandments, and statutes that God has ordained for a people, a holy people, a people that he considered to be holy. So he gave us holy laws so that we can stay in good graces, so that we can remain in favor in the eyes of God. So that's why, and why all this is happening is because he chose Abraham. Right? That's how it started. God gave us these laws so that we can remain in good favor before God. Right? So when we go against these laws, guess what happens? When we go against these laws, commandments, and statutes. What happens? What happens when we go against these laws, commandments, and statutes? We are out. We are out of favor. We are not in good graces. God's attention will be turned away from you. It will be turned away from you. Why? Because you're going against the very same laws and commandments that he had gave you. Okay? In Ezra, it says, right? And people don't consider this. People don't acknowledge this. in 2nd Ezra in the Apocrypha, right? It says, for while we live, as long as we're living on this earth, committing iniquities and sinning before our God, right? Committing iniquities and sinning before God, we do not consider that we should begin to suffer for it after death. We don't consider that.
That's straight and plain.
It's straight and plain.
It's not quick.
Plain and simple.
Yeah.
It's plain and simple.
That's what they're gonna
Do we not think that we're going to suffer for the things that we have done in this present life? Do you think that we're going to skid right through life and just die and it's all over? And people come up with lies
That's what they tell
and
me.
false speeches talking about this man. He was a great man. He was an honorable man. And you know yourself, he wasn't no honorable and great man. Huh? He wasn't honorable and great. What did he do? Or how did he live his life that caused him to be a great and honorable man? That's what counts before God. Okay? It says, right? Then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle.
This is how I know.
You hear what he said?
This is the condition. What
This is a battle.
Yeah.
People, men, and women, we are at war.
That's right.
You know what we are at war with? You know what we're battling with? We are battling with self.
Yourself.
We're battling with ourselves. Why God put this on us? Why did God cause us to go through this? Because in the beginning of time, we had it easy. We had it very easy. We were simple. Look, we were simple-minded. You know what I read in the book and what me and Prince Zachariah was talking about last night? It says to seek God in simplicity of heart. Huh? You know what simplicity of heart is? When you're learning about God, right? I sit down. When you're learning about God, right? When you're seeking God, right? In simplicity of heart, we are supposed to seek him, right? Meaning, come to God with a clear mind, okay? So that you don't compare it with what you was taught in the past. We got to come to God with a clear mind so that we don't start making comparisons with the lifestyle that we left off from. Okay? All right? And why all this goes on and why we're going through this is because in the beginning of time, God gave one command. One command. And he commanded Adam not to, of every tree that every tree here you can touch and eat from. But it was a specific tree that was in the midst of the garden. God said, don't eat from it. Eve said, God said, don't eat from it, neither shall ye touch it. Now remember now, how did we receive this information? God reiterated it. God reiterated it. This is the word of God. And the Most High reiterated these words to who? To Moses. And Moses was the scribe and he wrote down everything that God said. So for you to disagree with what Eve said is to disagree with what God said. Because these are the words of God. So now we're calling God a liar. Okay? Now, again, this is a battle. This is the battle that I'm fighting. And not every soul on earth fights this battle. Huh? Everybody's not fighting. Everybody not in this war.
Majority don't even know.
The majority of the people that live on this earth is not at war because they have succumbed to the lust of their own heart. They have succumbed to their own likings. They have already gave in. So there are only specific people that are within this war, that's in this battle. Ones that have the mindset and the will and the determination to serve God. So those are the ones that are in the battle because you are at war with yourself. Iniquity and sinning against God opens up your spirit. It's a breach. It's an opening which allows iniquity to come to your mind. Example. And I'm going to use myself for an example. To show you that I'm not perfect, but God still delivered me. My woman got a building. She owned buildings, landlord. So I went to the building to do the garbage, and it was a box there, just sitting there for months, just sitting there. So I said, babe, man, this box here has been sitting there for a long time. I said, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it because it's been sitting there. She came, said, no, don't do that. I said, no, don't take it. I said, you don't think you'd be taking something from someone or you stealing? Snapped out. I said, man. I said, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? But that is good on my behalf. God knew that there's going to come a time where sin and iniquity and negativity comes to our head. But he made sure I had my woman here, a backup, to refrain me and pull me back. So now you can channel and organize and check your lifestyle. If God would have left you to sin and did these things, then you got to ask yourself, why did God allow me to do this? But he didn't suffer me to follow through with it. He didn't suffer me to follow through with it. He made this woman correct me and snap me out of my wits. That happens. Look at Tamar. That happens many a times. What Judah said. Judah said, man, she is more righteous than I am. That's Judah, the son of Jacob. Because he did not give Tamar, his Sheila, to be her husband. So that she can raise up seed for her dead husband. Judah said she had been more righteous than I. So there have come times where a woman will be more on point. You may slip, and then she could bring you back and tell you, that's righteousness. That's good. That's great. And that's good on the other person's behalf. That God has used you for a tool to do something that is righteous.
Not the jams.
Now I'm going to go opposite on you. Me and my brother, Chief Malak, we working on a job. He didn't tell me he's going down to clear the chute. We're on the top of the floor, and we like workhorses. We're machines. It was like, had to been like 8 stories, 8 floors. And the boss remove all the workers and leave me and him in one building. And me and this man bust the whole building down, every room. So there was a clog inside the chute, right? He had to go down and clear it. He never told me. Because if he told me, this wouldn't have happened. So now he went down to clear the chute. He didn't tell me. I throws a center block out the hole through the chute. Malak is clearing out the chute. The center block goes through the chute. Wham! He's on the 2nd floor. The center block is coming from the top of the floor. Whack him in the back of his head. Why God used me? For evil, to do something to. At that point in time, I wasn't living right. At that point in time, I wasn't right with God. So he used me to do something that was evil. Yes, God used man and woman for certain situations according to your lifestyle. According to your lifestyle. Okay? Look what else it said. Let's go back. This is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. That if he be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said. Right? But if he get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say. So there's two sides.
Two outcomes.
If I fail, there's an outcome. Which means if I don't follow after the things that is holy and righteous by God, there's an outcome that comes out of that. And if I succeed, how do I succeed? How do I prevail? By accepting God and doing the things that is lawful and right by God. That also is there an outcome for that also. Okay? Okay? But this is the life where Moses spake unto the people while he lived, saying, choose thee life that thou mayest live. Nevertheless, they believed not him, nor yet the prophets after him, nor me, which has spoken unto them. Isn't that like today? You spend time with these people that call themselves Israel, explaining the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, but they choose their own willing ways. They choose their own thoughts. They choose themselves above God because they can't accept it. They don't want to accept it. And by them accepting it, their life will be distorted. It won't be the same. But this way of life calls for changes. This way of life calls for changes. Constant changes. Constant improvements. Isn't that what God told Cain? God told Cain that. And he reiterated this to Cain. He said, if you do good, if you improve, you will be accepted. And I love that saying, what Prince Zechariah pointed out. We can't just confess our sins. That's not enough. Oh, I'm going to confess. Okay, what you going to do after confession? That's not enough. You got to take heed. You got to improve, which means that I got to improve in what? Stop, of course, but I got to improve in the laws of God. How do you improve in the laws of Most High? I have acknowledged my faults before thee. And because of these faults and these iniquities that I have committed against thee, I'm going to fast for the rest of my life. I'm going to fast for 3 days, O Most High. And that's how this thing is supposed to be done. I got to replace that sin with some good, with some laws and commandments and righteousness. It said, "O Lord," I'm in 2nd Ezra chapter 3. It said, "O Lord, who bearest rule." 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 4. "O Lord, who bearest rule." Huh? "O Lord, who bearest rule." Lebado, alone. There's no other God with him, man. There's no other God with him. God don't have a wife. There is no woman that's there with him. He was alone, man. God is alone. He said, "That bearest rule. Thou spakest at the beginning, when thou didst plant the earth." When God was creating the earth, he was creating the Garden of Eden. There was no other land and no other space living. There was nowhere else where it was could be inhabited. Okay? All right? He said, "And that thyself alone, and commandest the people, and gave us a body unto Adam without life." without a soul. Created Adam, formed Adam, but Adam wasn't alive yet because he didn't breathe into his nostrils the spirit, his spirit. Do we know that we all have the Spirit of God in us? We all have a section and a piece of the Spirit of God in us. That's why we are able to discern whether it's good or evil. We had this in us. We got good in us. We have evil in us. But majority of the people choose evil. Majority of the people choose wickedness because it's strange to them to follow the laws of God. Because it's strange to them to follow the commandments of God. Because they haven't been living in this manner. So because they haven't been living this way, and they've been living a different lifestyle, it's strange to them. And I understand. That it's strange. Because you're not used to this. You're not accustomed to this. So yes, it takes time. And this is why Prince Zechariah gave me some wise words. He said you can't force and jam it down nobody's throat. Okay. You can't force this and jam it down on nobody's throat, on people's throats. Because when you do that, guess what's going to happen? They're going to run. You're going to push them away. They're not used to this. They're just learning this. He said, Adam without soul, which was the workmanship of thine hands, and didst breathe into him the breath of life, and he was made living before thee. He was made living before thee. That breath of life that God instilled in him activated his body. Activated his body. He said, and thou leddest him into paradise, which was the Garden of Eden.
That's paradise.
That's the definition of Eden. It means paradise. Okay? Which thy right hand had planted before ever the earth came forward. Oh my gosh, I told you.
It wasn't there yet.
God created the Garden of Eden before the earth was created. It was just that one spot. There was no Brooklyn, New York. There was no Queens in Manhattan. There was no America and the globe. It was just that one spot that God created. It was just the Garden of Eden. And when man sinned and committed iniquity by eating that tree of knowledge of good and evil that God commanded us not to eat from, then everything starts spreading out. According to man's iniquity, everything starts stretched out now. Because why? You guys got to hurry up and get out of here. You can't stay here. Immediately, God stretched and spread out the rest of the earth.
That's right. The land of Nod.
Immediately.
That desert, the land of Nod. That's what Cain went.
That's right.
Wilderness.
And unto him thou gavest commandments to love thy way. Right? To love thy way, which he transgressed, and immediately thou appointest death in him and in his generation, of whom came nations, tribes, people, kindred, out of number. Out of number. And every people walked after their own will. Isn't that what we are doing today? Aren't we walking after our own wanting ways? Aren't we following our own will? Aren't we doing what we want to do, but we're not pleasing God because we're not accomplishing the will of God? We're accomplishing our own will, and that's called what? Self-esteem. That's what you call self-esteem. Because you have put yourself before God. Because you have put yourself before God and his laws. Okay? He said, again, in process of time, thou broughtest the flood upon those that dwelt in the world and destroyed them. There was a point in time where God flooded the earth. And there's proof that there was a flood on the earth. Archaeologists and scientists found seashells on the highest mountain. What are seashells doing on the top of mountains, on the height of mountains? How did that get there? Archaeologists found Noah's Ark stuck inside of a mountain, embedded within a mountain. So it's all the proof is there. It's just whether you're gonna believe it or not. It's just your choice whether you're gonna make yourself believe it or not. Because guess what? I can't make you believe it. I can't make you acknowledge this. That is called self-work. You gotta work on yourself.
Okay.
I have to work on myself and train myself to believe the things that I read in the book. It said, and it came to pass in every of them that as death was to Adam, so was the flood to these. Nevertheless, one of them thou leftest, named Noah, right? And his household, of whom came all righteous men. And it happened that when they that dwelt upon the earth began to multiply and had gotten them many children and were a great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Every generation got worse and worse and worse. This generation is worse than my father's generation.
Mhm.
My father's generation is worse than his father's generation. It gets worse and worse every generation. You realize that? And look at the position of the world and what's going on. We can't see that the times are getting worse and worse. We can't acknowledge the times to see that things are getting worse and ain't getting no better.
I see it.
He said, now, when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man from among them whose name was Abraham. Him thou lovest, and unto him only thou showedest thy will. God only saw fit to show his will to one man. God only showed fit to show his will to one man. And the same thing to you. We all got families. We all got relatives. But do you think it was a coincidence that God only chose to reveal his word to you?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
What a coincidence that God only chose you to show you who God is. And then when you try to spread the word of God, God hardens their heart.
Yeah.
Huh? When you try to spread the word of God, the people that you're spreading it to, God hardened their heart because they're not worthy. Because they are not worthy of this. You ain't worthy to serve God. God knows your heart. God has found some good in you. The Creator has found good in you to reveal to you these holy laws, commandments, and statutes. Huh? God saw good in you, man, to reveal to you these laws. I'm not going to stand up here and say, man, everybody's wicked. Everybody's wicked. You got good in you. Yeah, we wicked, but we also have good in us. I have, and we have enough good in us that God was able to show you his laws, commandments, and statutes. I'm not going to continue to say that I'm evil because words have power and words have an effect on your spirit.
That's right.
So no, listen, I'm not going to continue to tell my people that, man. We have good in us. Let's work on the good in us and strengthen the good in us so that we can be God-fearing people. Let's work on that, man. The things that we know to be lawful and right by God, let's work on that and don't detour from that so that you can strengthen the good in you. The things that we know to be lawful and right by God, man. We got to work on these things and we got to fulfill these things. We got to keep these things. so that the good in us can be strengthened. Abraham was a man that had blind allegiance.
Yeah.
Abraham had blind allegiance.
That's right.
Why I say that? Because God didn't have to go through proving and examples and show. God just spoke to him and he listened immediately. He didn't need proof. He didn't need proof. And it's the same thing today. When you come to serve God and when you're learning about who is God, we got to come to God with a clear mind, wholeheartedly, and stop looking for examples and reasons of why this happened or why is this happened. Because if the book don't reveal to you about why it happened, then those are things that we need to leave alone. We can't look for an explanation where God didn't put an explanation there. He said, man, it's an everlasting covenant with him. Promise him that thou wouldest never forsake his seed. God made an everlasting covenant, an everlasting agreement with Abraham and told him what? He said, I ain't gonna never abandon your seed, man. Never. I ain't gonna never forsake your seed, man. Never. And that's godliness. When we read these things, those are godly traits. What do I mean by that? Me and this brother is cool. Me and you as friends. We've been friends for hundreds and hundreds of years. I will never go to war with your son. Me and you as brothers. And I love you like a brother. I would never go to war with your children. I would never go to war, go at your wife. All because of you. That's righteousness. And that's how God deals. So we need to read these laws, commandments, and statutes and start putting these righteous and good ways into effect with ourselves. With ourselves. So that when you determine and you can perceive when the evil spirit comes in, when this evil mentality start coming, you got to fight it and you got to go at it and correct it with yourself. Acknowledge it, detect it, and acknowledge it. It says, and unto him thou gavest Isaac, and unto Isaac also thou gavest Jacob and Esau. As for Jacob, thou didst choose him to thee, but put by Esau. God chose Jacob over Esau.
Yeah.
They're both the sons of Isaac. So now we got to go deeper now. Why did God choose Jacob over Esau? You know why? In the beginning, in Jeremiah states that he tries the heart and the reins of man. God knows your heart. Whatever Jacob had in him, Esau didn't have in him. Esau ain't have it. We don't know what it is. But whatever Jacob had in him, Esau ain't have it.
That's why God picked him.
And whatever he had in him, that's what caused God to choose Jacob. That's right. The same instance with Cain and Abel. God chose Abel and accepted Abel over Cain. Why God didn't accept Cain, it was not stated.
No.
It didn't state why God didn't accept him. But we did read where God said, if you improve, which means it was something. I don't know what it was because it wasn't stated.
But he knew what he had to do.
But God knew what it was. And guess what? Cain knew what God was talking about.
That's correct.
So we're not going to put things to it and add things to it. We're going to keep it plain and simple according to what we read here. And this is how God deals. According to the good that we have in us, this is why you are sitting in these seats today. Because we got good in us. But you know what's our problem? We think just sitting in these seats is enough. I said, we think just sitting in these seats is enough. We got to cover a whole wide spectrum. This is not enough, man. This is not enough. Because guess what? By you sitting here for such a long period of time and you yourself haven't improved, God gonna kick you out.
That's right.
That's right.
You wasting my time. That's what
right.
God gonna say. He said, man, you wasting my time, man. I done revealed to you these laws, commandments, and statutes, and all you want to do is come to teach and sit here. You ain't improving. You ain't doing nothing. None of the laws that you know to be doing, you're gonna start detracting. You're gonna start reversing. You're gonna start going backwards. Because this way of life ain't about being stagnated. This way of life is not about being stagnated. It's about progressing, getting better, improving. So if you're not improving, you're regressing. It's either or. It's never in between. It's never in between. You're either good or evil. It's never in between. Never in between. How do we determine what's good and what's evil? According to what God said is good.
Right.
According to what God said is evil.
Yeah, not your cotton picking mind.
Okay? And this is what we have to work on with ourselves, man. We got to work on ourselves because God did not reveal these laws for us for nothing. He gave us these laws so that we can improve. So that we can improve in our lifestyle. So that we can improve in our ways. So that we can save ourselves from who? From ourselves. You can save yourself from yourself. I gotta save myself from myself. You know why? Because what's in me, I don't like. What's in me, I don't like. What's in you, you have to despise. You know what that is? Evil. Yeah, I got evil in me because the book said that. He said the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man the very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
That's right.
The very same day. The very same day.
We was born with it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So now the Creator see and found good in you to reveal to you the laws of God so that you can strengthen the good in you to overpower the evil that we have in us. Some people, evil always come to you constantly because you ain't putting in no works. You're an open vessel to evil. Some people, evil things come to them every now and then because they're putting more works into God than you are. So it comes to the man less when you're putting in more works for God than the person that's not putting in no works. Evil thoughts and forward thoughts is constantly coming to that person. Constantly.
Yeah.
And by you putting in works for God, there's going to come a time when no evil come to your mind. When nothing evil come to your mind. You got to leave me alone.
And you can spot it before it comes.
Can't you see that? See and understand that's what took place? Took place in the book when we read and in life, period.
Right.
Huh? It said, it came to pass that when thou leddest his seed out of Egypt, thou broughtest them up to Mount Sinai, 430 years in Egypt. We cried out and we cried out. God said, hey, I hear a bitter cry. And it's coming out of Egypt. And by God hearing that bitter cry that came out of Egypt, he said, man, I remember the covenant that I made with my friend. I remember the covenant that I made with Abraham. God called Abraham his friend. Abraham didn't know he was a friend of God. Huh? Abraham, he didn't tell Abraham that he was a friend of God. But he told Moses. I said God reiterated these first 5 books to Moses, and Moses wrote it. So we cannot disagree with these words because we're disagreeing with God. And for you to believe that, you got to believe God. Because when you believe God, then certain things you wouldn't say. Certain movements won't be made.
It's counted as righteous.
It's counted as righteousness. That's right. That's what belief is. The beginning of righteousness.
That's right.
Okay? It said, and bowing the heavens, thou didst set fast the earth, movest the whole world, and made us the depths to tremble. Trouble is the men of that age, and thy glory went through. All right, let's cut that. Let's go to Genesis 6. We're going to hit these chapters up now. Just want to give you a little booster. Because sometimes we need boosters. Sometimes we need boosters to boost us into and give us encouragement, to encourage us into serving God, into letting us know that we are not on the wrong path.
That's right.
We are doing something that the world is not doing. We are, what my father used to say, he said, you are rejuvenating. You are not rejuvenating.
But think of the past. Something of the past. I know what you're talking about.
Reactivating. We are reactivating something that hasn't been done for a very long time.
Activation.
Huh? We are reactivating things that haven't been done in a long time. Huh? That's why when certain men choose to do certain laws that everybody is not doing, you draw God's attention. Oh, what's this I'm seeing here? Out of all these so-called Israelites that I'm seeing here, I see one that believe me. I said, I see one that have the determination to serve me, and he has decided to start washing. Something that no one is doing. Huh? Something that no one is doing. Kali Gebed. Kali Gebed is a separation of men things and women things. No one is doing those things.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Huh? Not wearing 100% cotton wool, linen, and silk. No one is doing these things. They go in the store and buy whatsoever they want to wear and they put it on.
That's right.
Without checking the tags to see if God approve of it. Nobody's doing these things. Huh?
That's right. That's right. Pop tag and don't check tag.
Frontlet and bracelet. Nobody's doing these things. I gotta get my frontlet, but my bracelet, I gotta find another ring. That ring is weak. No one's doing these things. Huh? These are things that appeases the anger of God with you. And when you call for God, guess what? He will have pity and mercy and compassion on you and deliver you from out of your travails, from out of your distresses. Shine his countenance on you, the brother said. These are things that we need to do to reactivate. Huh? Because it's not being done. The people today are not doing the laws of God.
No, we talking about Israelites.
There are certain things that's being revealed that my father been talking about it.
That's right.
Days ago.
And people are just understanding it now and doing it now. One of the things is chicken.
Talk about it.
Chicken is a hybrid.
Talk about the bird.
Yeah.
That's right.
I heard a brother last night, Moreh Yiftach. I got to give the brother his props. Moreh Yiftach said, man, listen, that chicken may be unclean. You know what else he said? He said, hey, he said cow's milk is unclean. Something that my father had brought up not
Years
1
ago.
year, 2 years, 5 years,
Over 20 years.
10, 15 years ago.
Over 20 years. We was drinking milk. Over 20 years. I'm not stop, brother.
Over 20 years.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Chicken tastes good.
But the people
Chicken tastes good.
don't want to agree with it.
No, it tastes good.
They don't want to agree with it, and they look at you like you're losing your mind.
I want to be sure though. I wanna be
Chicken's
sure.
not good,
It tastes good, but I want to be sure.
and I'm staying away from it. I ain't never eating that.
Facts. It tastes
Cow's
good.
milk is not good
I wanna be sure.
because during the pasteurization, they put the cows on the rape rack. It's called a rape rack, right? So while the cows is on the rape rack, they hook up their breasts to the machine and they jerk it. And they milk them and milk them and milk them. And when there's no more milk, they continue to milk till pus and blood and all this stuff goes out into the milk. They don't separate that. They mix all that up in one and feed it, send it back, and send it to you to drink. And that's what you're drinking. Pus and blood.
I drink goat milk. I don't drink that. I don't drink that.
Plastic.
Goat milk.
But the people don't want to believe it.
Million birds.
They said I'm going out my mind.
Uh-huh.
They say we losing it.
Years ago.
We ain't get there yet.
No, I ain't losing it, brother.
We ain't get there yet.
Neither am I going out of my mind.
Yeah, we just ahead of the game.
We just, the brother said, we just ahead of the game.
Yeah.
We just ahead of the game. Huh? Let's read Genesis 6.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth. And daughters
You know what else we got to watch out for? Before we go into that, I just saw something from my brother Zachariah. Cheese.
Uh-oh.
Cheese.
Milk. Isn't it cheese?
Butter.
Ice.
Huh? Ice cream.
Yeah.
All these chocolate.
Yogurt.
Chocolate. All these things is made with cow milk.
Yeah. That's right. Pull back, people. Pull
Okay.
back. Pull back. Retreat.
So now we got to go back to the essence
That's right.
and the originality, like my father been saying.
Mhm.
Read everything that you buy.
That's right. Pull back. Pull back.
Read everything that you buy.
That's right.
Everything must be read. Because when we're coming to serve God and you're talking about a holy vessel, you got to watch what you consume.
Yeah, that's
Right.
Yeah.
You want to be a holy vessel before God. So I got to watch what I eat. I got to watch what I touch. Because when you touch, you go into adornment.
Uh-oh.
You're adorning it.
You're adoring
You're
it.
adoring.
Right.
Uh-oh.
So when you find certain abominations, you don't touch it with your hair. I'll pick up a broom, sweep it up, toss it out, pick up a bag. I don't want to make no skin contact with things that God hates. I don't want to make no skin contact with things that God despises.
Glove up.
Genesis chapter 6.
And daughters were born unto them.
Okay, now. Start over, brothers.
And it came
Start over.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth.
And it came to pass when what?
When men began to multiply.
When men began to multiply on the earth. Huh? God gave that command from the beginning.
Yeah.
Guess what? God gave that command from the beginning. Adam and Eve, in their simplicity and in their innocence, was gonna multiply. They was gonna have children, but they won't be sinful. They won't be wicked. And guess what? The adversary, the serpent, knew what he was doing. He wanted to put a monkey wrench in what God was starting. God was gonna create a holy and righteous people with only the mindset to serve God. The adversary, the serpent said no. The serpent said no. I can't allow this to happen. So now I'm gonna go and I'm gonna slither my way. I'm gonna slither my way to this woman because I can't hit Adam up. I can't go to Adam, so he went to the woman and beguiled her and tricked her. She ate it, gave it to her husband. The world's distorted. That was the beginning.
Yeah.
His will was accomplished.
Yeah. Adam and Eve. Man.
Okay? Go ahead, read it.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply.
And it came to pass when men began to what?
Multiply on the face of the
To
earth.
multiply on the face of the earth.
And daughters were born unto them.
And daughters were born to them.
That the sons of El saw the daughters of men, that they were very fair.
That the sons of God saw who?
Saw the daughters of men, that they were very fair.
Saw the daughters of men
that was very fair.
Yeah, for
Okay,
you.
now.
Yeah, for you.
Okay, now. So now we're gonna dig real deep, because the book shows us and revealed to us what things is, how it means, who, what, and where, everything.
That's right.
You're just too stubborn to accept it.
That's right.
Ah, there you go.
We are just too stubborn to accept it.
That's right. There you go.
Huh?
That's
We
right.
gotta stop being, we can't, we gotta yield. I said we gotta yield to the will of God. We gotta submit to the will of God. That's what meekness is. To be meek means to submit to the will of God. And that's what Moses did. Moses was totally submitted to God.
100%.
100%. Guess what? I want to be that way. I want to be like unto Moses. I want to be whole with God. I want to be complete with God. And in that journey that you chose for yourself, yes, it's a battle. Yeah, I'm at war. Yes, I chose to be holy and righteous, but iniquity and sin still comes to my mind. Huh? Evil still comes to my mind. Sometimes you sit back and you're like, man, where this thought came? You say, man, where you came from? Huh? You think I'm talking to myself, but I'm talking to it. I'm talking to it. It that can't be seen. I'm talking to he that can't be seen. Where did you come from? Leave me alone. My father used to say that. I come in the house, he's sitting in the room, he said, man, leave me alone. I go in the room, I go, what happened, Abba? He said, nothing, son. He said, nothing, son. He said, nothing, son. It's these evil. It's the forces on the outside that's coming to me, coming to my mind, trying to get me to detour. To detour away from God. He said, man, leave me alone. Stop.
He literally spoke to them spirits.
Yes, you did.
Do we know that when we decide to serve God,
Temptation is going to come.
temptations going to come.
Tenfold.
He said, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Get ready.
Get ready to
Get
be
ready
tempted.
That's right.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
When you're sitting in these seats and you're serving God, he said, get ready to be tempted. You know why the temptation comes? Because I want to see how truthful and how, not how far, but how faithful you are to God. How committed.
Yeah.
How committed are you to God?
Yep.
Huh? Huh? So in Genesis 6, read that over. Read the whole chapter over. Beginning. Go ahead.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them,
Daughters were born to them.
that the sons of El saw the daughters of
That
men,
the sons of God saw the daughters of men. Stop right there. I said, stop right there. Okay? I'm going to go into Job chapter 1. I'm going to start making comparisons. Okay? There was a man in the land of Uz. Uz is a city in Babylon. In Babylon. Which means Job was a Babylonian. He wasn't an Israelite. He wasn't a Hebrew. We are talking about a Babylonian that had made his mind up and chose to serve God. Huh? Like Abraham.
Is that enough proof for you?
A Babylonian that had chose to serve God.
Sure.
That's why I love that saying again from my brother, Prince Zachariah. He need to write his own proverbs or something. He need to write some proverbs or something. Hey, Zachariah, I'm looking for you to write some proverbs, brother. He said, God chooses and accept those that makes exceptions for his laws. God, you see, he didn't mention no type of people. You see, he didn't say no race of people. You see, he didn't make no distinctions of what type of people. He said,
Doesn't matter.
God make choices and he accept
Yeah.
those that make
Any
accept
action.
that choose God, those that have chose God. Huh? And those that's wise. And I had to think about it, and I read it, and I read it, and I said, man, you know what, the brother right? Because he's not, the Most High is not directing his attention to one people no more.
No.
It's not-
Make it
it's like-
clear.
it was like that before.
Make it clear.
I said it was like that before, and we messed that
That's
up.
gone.
That's gone.
Everybody
Now,
gotta
God,
shut down.
this God that we serve, he said, I am a God of the spirits
Of all
of
flesh.
all flesh. Anybody can come serve God.
That's right.
Just bend to his will,
Yeah.
and you can serve God.
That's right.
He ain't like that before, where God said, oh, destroy these people, destroy them. I don't want none of these people. He said, you was the only could be. We messed that up.
We followed those people.
I said, we messed that up by following the same people that God told us to destroy and wipe out.
Anybody can claim to be
Okay.
law keepers. Anybody.
Okay? So now,
Anybody.
whose name was Job?
Hmm.
And that man was perfect.
Yo.
Mhm.
I said, Job was a perfect man.
That's right. That's right.
Now, according, like my brother said last night, according to the definition of perfect, it means that you have not committed no sin.
That's it.
It means that you have not committed no sin.
Mhm.
But we did commit iniquity.
Mhm.
Right? We did. Job, I didn't read nowhere where Job said. So he was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Perfect
perfect.
and upright. Eo.
Perfect and upright.
That's what
I
God
can't-
said.
That's
man.
what God said.
That's what God
He
said,
was
bro.
perfect. Now we can be perfect. We still sin, so we can't be perfect. But what we can be, is shalem, meaning whole or complete.
Uh-huh.
Okay? I'm going to explain that later. That's in another chapter. I ain't going to go into that right now. Okay? So now, he said that man was perfect and he was upright. One of the definitions of upright is conscientious. Uprightness, conscientious is a form of uprightness.
Yeah.
It means to have a conscience. Huh? Huh? It means to have a conscience. And when you have a conscience, you have a conscience when you offend God. You have a conscience when you do things to offend people. When you have a conscience for God, you have a conscience for everything. Everything you consider. Everything you consider. Sometimes you get blindfolded. And sometimes you can't see past your nose.
Mhm.
Right? And then when it's revealed to you that, yo, man, you did this, this, and this, he's, oh, man, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it to do that. I didn't mean it was coming to you. Because sometimes we do and say things not knowing or realizing that you're damaging this person, that you're hurting this person. Huh? We do things like that. And sometimes, man, you gotta be sorrowful, man.
Right.
You gotta regret certain things like that because there's a reaction to things when that happens, man. And you're not gonna like those reactions.
Teach, bro, teach.
You're not gonna like those reactions. So we really gotta be circumspect and be on point with ourselves, with our actions, and the words that we speak out of our mouth. You know why? Because we are not here to offend each other.
Right.
I'm not here to offend you, and you ain't here to offend me. We're here to reach one goal, to serve God and keep his commandments. That's it. Okay? He said, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. You know what eschew evil means? Eschew means to turn away from that which is evil. You know of something to be evil by God, turn away from it.
Yeah.
Stop doing it.
Yeah.
Don't follow through with it.
Right.
Why? Because we in our emotional state. In our emotional state, we move too quick and we do things, and then we offend God.
Emotional damage.
And then we offend God.
That's correct.
It said, and they were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance was 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yokes of oxen, 500 she-asses. That man was rich. You see all these cattle that he got? Man, if I got that now, I'm rich.
Right now.
I'm rich. I ain't got nothing to worry about. That man was rich, man. He was rich. Livestock, a great household, so that this man was the greatest of all the men of the East. And his sons went and feasted in their houses, everyone on his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. Everyone on his day. And if you do the studies on that, they were celebrating birthdays.
His day.
On his day, on his
On that
specific
person's
day, on that person's day,
Because it wasn't called
they
birthday.
gathered themselves.
So they didn't call it birthday back then.
They didn't call it birthday
That's
back,
why it's like that. That's
right? It said, and it was so when the days of their feasting were going about that Job sent and sanctified them. Job sent for each and every one of them and sanctified them. But it didn't give the information of how to sanctify your son. If I had, because God knew if you had this knowledge of how to sanctify your own son and your own daughter, you would do it.
Yes, you would.
What was the standard? What was the steps and the procedure to sanctify your kids before he prayed for them? Look at the steps and stages.
It's something you did.
Wait a minute, man. So I learned this, man, by reading the book, man. You can't pray for people that's not sanctified. Before you pray for a person, they have to be sanctified for you to pray for them. Hey, guess what? I'm the one that's doing the praying got to be sanctified first. And then the person that's making the prayer sanctify his sons or his daughters. And you send up the prayers and God will accept it because it's coming from a sanctified man, a holy man that has the determination to serve God. You want to play games with this, man? This is deep. This is deep. When you really sit down and listen and read this, this way of life is deep.
Very deep.
It's deep. Sometimes, hey, what? Sometimes it's too deep for people to accept it. Yeah. Yeah, paper towel. Sometimes it's too deep for people to accept it. It's deep. And the things that we read and come across in this book is heavy information.
Hey, like I was saying, you got to be hard.
Heavy information.
I said, like I was saying, you got to be hard. You got to be hard. You got to be hard.
Heavy information, man.
Yeah.
My pop said you got to be hard.
Yeah, to do this law.
To do these laws.
Yeah.
Huh?
Talking about.
Huh? He said, my father said,
Talking about.
he said, you know what? He said, I'm going to tighten it.
Talking about.
He said, I'm going to tighten it so tight that the leather going to bust.
Yeah.
He used to say that.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to tighten it so tight that the leather going to burst.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. That's where we come from. School of the hard knocks. What you talking about? Let's go, man. But we got a little heat.
Let's read.
Come on,
No,
man.
my bad. Stay where you at. Stay where you at.
Job, right?
Stay where you at. No, in Genesis 6. He said, and sanctified them
Yeah.
and rose up early in the morning and offered. You see when he did it? It was a specific time.
Yeah.
Early in the morning. That's what? Shakarit.
Oh.
I said Shakarit,
Yeah,
which means I didn't stay asleep till 9 o'clock.
I
No.
gotta set that alarm.
I didn't stay asleep till 10
I
o'clock.
gotta set that alarm.
You set that alarm. You set that alarm to get up at the break of dawn because that was a specific time when those offerings did. Look, Job ain't sleep till 9 until later and said, you know what, now it's time to bring the offering. No, even he got up at a specific time and sent up those offerings, sent up those prayers. He went and did that offering and then sent prayers up.
Shema Israel. Shema Israel.
So it was a specific time when those things was done. Huh?
Yeah.
King David said that he prevents the sun
Yeah.
with his prayers.
Yeah.
I say that to say this. When you're getting up 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, in the middle of the night to get ready for work, and you're leaving the house at 4:30, 4:20, you sending up prayers.
Yes, sir.
4:20, you can send up your prayers and it will be accepted by God.
David did.
Yes, sir.
David did it. See, we read the oracle and the procedure that our forefathers did.
Yes, sir.
And God made it so that we were able to receive these things so that we can save ourselves.
Come
That's
on,
what I
right.
believe.
So that we can save ourselves from ourselves. Because guess what? When the day of evil come for you, you're not going to like it.
That's right. Spirit.
You know when the day of evil is? For me, everybody has their own day.
That's right.
And one of these days, your day, your ticket is going to be called.
That's right.
Now, today is the day of evil for you. How much good and what good have you done that you can fall back on and tell God to deliver me from this pain and suffering?
That's right.
Like you can say, I have never did this. Or at the time when I found out, that this was wrong, I stopped
Stop. Never went back.
and never went back. At the time when I found out that this was supposed to be done, I fulfilled it and never went back. That's the key. Don't go back.
That's right. That's right.
Don't go back. We are backsliding heifer.
Talk about it, gang.
I said Israel is a backsliding heifer.
Talk about it, gang.
What I mean by what is a heifer? A young cow. Backsliding heifer.
Walking back.
You don't see the cows do that.
No.
It made specifics that the heifer, it was a young cow, they back up and they all see, that's right. The God compared us to the backsliding heifer because we make two forward steps, and then we back up one. Make two forwards, back up one. You ain't going nowhere.
You ain't going nowhere.
Nowhere. You're not making no progression in life with God.
You ain't going nowhere.
Right?
Yeah.
Now he rose up early in the morning, offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. Woo, man. You know what that means? Are we really realizing what that means when you sin and curse God in your mind? That's why the Creator said, forward thoughts.
Willingly or unwillingly.
Forward thoughts separate you from God.
That's right. Willingly or unwillingly.
Forward thoughts are thoughts that are against God.
Yeah.
So when these forward and opposite thoughts that is against God formulate in your mind, that's the beginning of sin.
That's right.
That's when you sin and you curse God in your mind.
That's right.
Because your thoughts are forward and your thoughts that you allow to come and enter into your mind and your heart is against God.
That's right.
Is against God.
That's right.
He said, now, this is the verse I want to get to. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. Right?
Right.
This is not talking about human beings.
No.
Okay? This is not talking about human beings.
This didn't happen on a plane.
And when they did that, who came with them? Satan came also among them.
That's right.
So what the book said in the Hebrew, in the word for Satan is Satan. Satan means Satan. There is a Satan. There is, and Satan means what? Adversary. The accuser. An adversary and the accuser. And you know who he's adverse with? He's adverse with God. He's adverse with God, and you know who he accused? He accused you. Oh man, he accused the man on earth and the woman on earth by putting these thoughts in your mind and allowing you to succumb to those thoughts and fulfill those evil thoughts that he put in your mind. Okay? Okay? What is the accuser? To charge with a fault or offense. To blame. Having he blamed or didn't he blame Job? they accused and blamed Job
Uh-huh.
He had no faults. with him? Most I say, he said, see you?
Yeah.
He said, you made me move on my God, and he ain't did no
For
wrong.
nothing.
For nothing.
Why you want me to move on him? Why you
For
want
nothing.
Yeah.
But the adversary's job is to break you.
That's his job.
We are serving the God, the true living God. Huh? The God that dwells alone.
That's right.
The God that dwells between the cherubims.
That's
The God that
right.
said that the heaven is my throne. I'm here. This is my throne. None of y'all belong up here.
That's
He
right.
said the earth is my footstool.
Baruch Hashem.
Huh? That's the God we serve.
That's right.
And he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to follow.
Uh-huh.
Satan's job is to detour you
That's right.
away
That's
from
right.
that.
That's right.
The adversary's job is to detour you away from that.
That's right.
Now, yes, God doing all things. God do good
Uh-huh.
and he do evil.
Yeah.
And just like now, Satan did it to Job, but with God allowing it to happen.
Right. That's right.
God had to allow it to happen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
God didn't do it. He let Satan go loose.
That's right.
Satan did it.
He allowed him to.
He allowed him to do it.
Yeah.
The same thing today. When evil happened to us,
God allowed.
God allowed
That's right.
the external forces, or he allowed the adversary to do it to you
That's
because your lifestyle is filthy.
Nothing go down without God's.
Nothing happens without the will of God,
That's
without
right.
God accepting it.
That's right.
Good or evil.
That's right.
Everything that happens in our life today is because God allowed it.
That's
And
right.
then bless his name.
Okay?
That's
And
right.
when it happens, the brother said, bless his name.
That's right.
Blessed be the name of the Most High.
That's
Don't
right.
ask God why.
Uh-uh.
I said, don't ask God why.
Uh-uh.
God did it because it has to be
See
done.
fit.
He seen fit for
That's
it to
right.
be done.
That's right.
That's why.
Blessed
When
be
I
his
ended
holy
up
name.
in jail, God seen fit for it to be done.
Baruch
Because I was
Blessed
living
be
a
his holy
filthy
name.
life. I wasn't living right. I wasn't living right, man.
Blessed be his
I
holy
wasn't living right. And there come a point in time when you have to search yourself.
name. That's right.
Each and every one of us must search themselves.
That's right.
And in searching yourself, find out why I'm here. Find out why you are here. Find out what's your duty here. Learn that. And that shall order your life.
Yeah.
Because my duty ain't your duty, brother. My duty is to serve God.
That's right.
Nothing comes before God.
That's right.
Nothing comes before his laws.
That's
Now,
right.
your duty ain't got to be my duty, brother.
That's right.
Your duty could be something else.
Yeah.
Go back to Exodus, go back to Genesis 6. So now we have an understanding about the sons of God. Whether you hear or whether you want to forbear. Whether you want to reject or you don't want to reject.
Reject or
It's
accept.
up to you.
Reject.
Because there's no way that you can fight and question the word of God. I have kept it as clear as possible. I have kept it exactly as what I read here. And when you're reading in the English, you must transfer over to the Hebrew to get the essence and the real meaning of things with excellent dictionaries, because you cannot assume that you know the definition.
That's right.
Okay?
You think you know.
Merriam-Webster, that dictionary was put together by who? PhDs and scholars and masters. People with PhDs and masters.
Oxford. That's right.
We're nowhere to be compared to them.
No.
You can't come up with no dictionary.
Yeah.
So don't think you know the definition.
No.
Look up the word.
That's right.
Let's read.
That they were very fair, and they took the wives of all which
They was very
chose.
fair. And they took the wives of what?
Of all which they chose.
Of all which they chose. Tamshi.
And they all said, my spirit shall not always strive with
All right,
man."
hold that. Hold up now. Who said that?
Yeah, that's right.
I said, who said that? I said, the Lord said, my spirit, Ruki, my spirit shall not strive with man. Go steps and stages now.
Mhm.
What do they mean by strive? the word for strive is dalet yod nun, right? Dalet yod nun, din. It means to judge. It means to punish. It means to strive, right? God said, I will not punish man, huh? I will not punish man, right? To punish means what? To impose a penalty on for a fault, offense, or violation, right? Right?
Right.
Okay? For that, he is also flesh, right? In the Hebrew, it says, right? It says, where we at? Okay, I got it. Wayomer El Shaddai Lo Yadon, I will not ruki, my spirit shall not strive, will not punish be Adam with man. Leolam be Shagam, I will not strive or punish man forever in his error. I will not strive or punish man in his error. Be Shagam means in his error. In his error. Now we got to realize something. What is error? A wrong action or statement, mistake, right?
No.
We are not sinning in error. We all know what we are doing.
No.
It has been revealed to us, the laws and the commandments of God, but we chose to do and live according to our own will. We chose to do what we want to do.
That's
So
right.
that's not error.
That's right.
Okay? Okay? Our forefathers never voiced that it was a mistake, that it was an error. You ain't never hear that in the mouth of these people, man.
Right.
You never heard that. You know what's the first thing they say? Acknowledgement. I have sinned. I am sin. I have sinned. I am at fault. I am at fault. I've sinned. And that's the difference between the man in the book and us today. We have a problem acknowledging our fault with God. And because we can't acknowledge our fault with God, I can't acknowledge my offense and my fault that I did with you. Okay? No, I ain't do that. I'm telling you. And then we want to swear. And then be wrong. Be careful. Be careful, man. He said, now acknowledging our fault is what made us better. That's what makes us better. When we are able to acknowledge our offense with God. What we do now is not error. What we do now is presumption.
Man, I know it's wrong.
You know.
I'm not ready to stop right now.
I know it's wrong, and I ain't ready to stop.
I am about to
A
stop.
brother come to you and say, man, you know that's blood. Oh, yeah, I know. I laugh at you. Laugh about it like it's a joke. It's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. Stop consuming blood and fat. Israelites should not be eating salami because you don't know how the animal died and it has blood and fat in it. Israelites shouldn't be eating Hebrew nationals.
Yeah.
Israelites shouldn't be eating bologna,
Yeah.
turkey slices, all these cold cuts. Do
Israelites-
you know how the animal died? God has restricted us from eating meat that has died
of itself.
of itself.
It do taste good, but I want to be sure.
That has died of itself. You can't eat that,
So it tastes good.
but we still eat it.
Yeah.
We want to eat frankfurters,
Yeah.
Hebrew national franks.
Yeah.
When Franks on the Science Channel is made by it's not a specific meat, by meat, gristle, muscle, by scraps, compressed together and put a very thin layer of casing
That's
stashed in
the
there,
intestines.
stashed in there, and cooked.
That's
And we
intestines.
eat that. We eat it. Yeah, we eat it.
The Israelites ain't supposed to be eating well done meat in restaurants.
That's right, nigga. Tom Sheep.
My spirit, and El said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh.
Look, even God considered, he said, listen. He said, I ain't gonna punish. He said, I ain't gonna strive forever with man. I ain't gonna strive with man because God has acknowledged that he is flesh.
And you extend his mercy.
You know what that means? So because of that, God has extended his mercy because he knows that we are going to sin.
Our inclination.
God knows that we're going to be inclined to iniquity.
And we're prone.
But we're not going to leave it there
No.
and say, God knows that we're going to be inclined to iniquity. Our job is to get better.
And
Well, you got
be
something.
perfect.
Our job is to improve because he has shown you mercy and he gave you a long space of time to correct yourself.
Recognize.
Now, when we don't correct ourselves, the iniquity that we have committed, he gonna judge us. He gonna punish us. Because now I done gave you time. I done gave you time to improve and correct your faults with God, and you ain't made no corrections.
That's
Right.
So now I'm coming at you. But he gave you time.
That's right.
That's why the judgment of God has to be accepted.
That's right.
Has
You got
to be
nothing but
accepted.
time.
You got nothing but time to correct
You got nothing
yourself.
but time.
So now when it happens and it come at you hard,
Take
accept it and take
Take
it
it.
because you dilly-dally.
Yeah.
You took
You
your
lingered,
time.
lingered.
You lingered.
You hesitated.
You lingered and you hesitated to correct yourself with God because judgment
Didn't come
upon
through.
upon judgment,
Your judgment doesn't come swift.
because judgment didn't come swiftly because of your sin.
That's
You
right.
think you're right.
That's right.
You think you're doing right, but that's not why.
You far from God.
God
That's why.
gave you time to
Sweet.
correct
It's
yourself.
sweet.
And when he see you
It's
did
not
not correct yourself,
Yeah.
bang!
Yeah, yeah, it ain't sweet.
Now I'm gonna smack you.
That's right. It ain't
Now I'm gonna
sweet.
head tap you. Bang! Wake up.
Ain't sweet.
Yeah.
And in that head tap,
Rude
when
awakening.
God head tap you and put you through that rude awakening, it's time to
Recognize.
recognize,
Acknowledge.
acknowledge. This ain't happened for nothing.
I'm hitting the
Spirit
snooze
knows.
button.
I said this ain't
Spirit
happened for
The
nothing.
spirit knows.
This happened
That's right.
because I've been playing,
You're hitting the snooze
and I've
button.
been playing with God.
That's right. Teach, brother, teach.
Only the godly
That's right.
and the saints
That's what comes
and the pious ones think like that.
That's right.
made up mind.
They're not gonna blame you,
No.
you, or you.
No.
You don't blame
At the
nobody.
end of the day,
Okay?
me. That's right.
Mhm.
Where was you at?
Yeah, end of 3. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
Uh-oh. I was having a talk, right?
Yeah.
On the job.
Yeah.
Every time I'm on the job and I got a chance to add God in it, I added it.
There you go. There you
I
go.
said I added in.
Let him know. Let him know.
So one Christian dude said, he said, man, I don't believe that Adam really lived 930 years. He said, you mean these people lived these long years and
Wisdom.
times? I looked at him.
Wisdom.
I said, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
the earth was young,
Oh, yeah.
iniquity was at its
It
lowest,
wasn't wicked like that.
and righteousness was at its highest at that time.
It's so
And they lived longer
They lived
years.
so simple.
Why our years has been cut short is because of our iniquity.
That's right. That's right.
My father called me in that room and showed me a science channel where the scientist said, oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Sorry. He said, oh my gosh. He said, look. He said, each and every one of us had a time clock in us.
Uh-oh.
Had a switch in there.
Time switch.
He said, it looks like the switch has been turned off.
Incomprehensible now. That's right.
Turned off.
That's the light.
That's right.
Which cut your lifespan down.
Yeah.
Now anybody can die.
Yeah.
No one knows the time and the day of your death. Me personally, don't have to live to 70.
You can punch out anytime.
I don't have to live
Guaranteed.
to 60.
That's right.
I don't have to live to 80.
Clock out
There's no guarantee, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's no guarantee
That's right.
when I'm going to die.
That's right.
So, before I die, before we die,
Gotta accomplish
we must accomplish
all.
That's right.
all
Yes, sir.
the laws,
Must.
commandments, and statutes of God.
Yes,
man.
sir.
We got to accomplish this, man, before we die. Because it's not a good look if we don't.
No, sir.
It's not a good look, man.
That's right.
No, sir.
It's not a good look.
That's right. That's right. brother.
This is the life.
Mhm.
This is the
Let's
life.
read.
Who used to say?
4.
Let's read.
There were giants in the earth in those days.
Okay, now. Giants. There were giants in the earth on those days.
Mhm.
The word for giants is Nephilims. Nephilims means the fallen ones, ones that fell from the grace of God. Okay? I ain't gonna, we gonna dig into this, man. We're gonna really dig into this. Okay? Go ahead, Tamshi.
There were giants in the earth in those days.
Okay.
Also after that, when the sons of El came in unto the daughters of men.
Okay, there were giants in the earth in those days.
Mhm.
And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men.
Mhm.
So now we say that these were not angels.
So what were they?
We say that these were not angels and these were men that went into the daughters of men. Okay? Okay, we're going to keep going. And we're going to see this verse is going to reveal to us, this verse is going to reveal to us whether these were angels, evil angels, or men. This verse is going to reveal to us. You know why? Because in order to find this out, we must go into the Hebrew. Okay? Okay. I'm going to reiterate it again. There were giants in the earth in those days. The word for giants is Nephilims, means giants, and it also means the fallen ones. Okay? And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, they bare children to them.
Yeah.
The same became
Mighty
mighty
men.
men, which were of old, men of renown.
Gibor.
Now we're going to dig deep.
That word.
Now we get into it. Did you ever look up the word men of renown? The word for men of renown, you have two passages that mentions the men of renown. This chapter and Numbers chapter 16. Before I go into Genesis 6, before I reveal this to you,
Okay.
we're going to go into Numbers 16. So we're going to make comparisons because both of these words appeared both times.
Yeah.
Genesis 6 and Numbers 16. And because I need to make this comparison and I need to get the truth and all these things clear, I'm going to allow you to change and turn your pages to Numbers chapter 16. And then once I come to the conclusion of that matter, we're going to go back to Genesis 6.
Yeah.
Heavy comparison.
Oh yeah.
Okay?
Eventually.
We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Words have meaning.
Words have meaning. And in order to get to the bottom of it, we must go into the Hebrew. You cannot just read the English and thinks everything is plain and simple and that's no. Okay? Let's go to Numbers chapter 16, please.
Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab.
Okay, Korah. These are all Levites, right? Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi. These are Levites. And Datan and Abiram, the son of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, the son of Reuben, Reubenites now, took men. Verse 2, Tamshi.
And they rose up before Moshe with certain of the children of Israel, 200.
They pressed Moses.
of the assembly.
They pressed Moses
Perfect word.
and certain men, not all,
Everybody.
but certain men of the elders of Israel joined with them and pressed them.
Step to him, yeah.
Step to Moses. Tamshi.
Famous in the congregation.
Famous.
Uh-huh.
Famous in the
Everybody
congregation.
know.
Huh? They're known.
Famoso.
They're known. Huh? They're respected.
Yes.
They're well honored.
Yeah.
And guess what? By you being respected and well honored, you have to carry yourself in a certain manner,
That's
in a certain way.
That's right.
Huh?
Above reproach.
Above reproach.
That's right.
Men of renown.
Above reproach. I had a sister tell me that, and I said, "Sister, you're right. Because you're honored and you're well respected across the globe amongst Israel. You got to walk a certain way, man. We got to walk a certain way, have a certain mindset with ourselves because you are famous among the people. You
Yeah.
are held in high regard.
You gotta watch what you do.
Okay? Famous in the congregation, Tamshi.
Men of renown.
Men of renown. Stop right there. Now we're going to dig deep. I said, now we're going to dig deep. What does renown mean? In the Hebrew, it says what? Anshe. Hold up, let me see where I'm at. Boom, 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 boom. No, number 16. Where it says men renowned again?
And the two.
Second
and the two.
verse.
Last verse.
Okay, got you. Okay, men of renown. Know what it says? Anshe Shem. Anshe Shem. Anshe Shem. Right? You know what that means? Men of renown.
Your name ring bells.
Men of renown.
Mhm.
Famous
Famous.
men. This is talking about regular men.
Yeah.
Anshe Shem.
You heard
Right?
it? Yeah, you heard it.
Regular men.
Yeah.
What does renown mean? Highly honored men.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
A state of being widely acclaimed. What is widely acclaimed? Widely
Everybody.
acclaimed means publicly praised by a lot of people.
Everybody.
You're praised and you're respected amongst the vast people,
That's men.
right? Widely
Mhm.
acclaimed, right?
Mhm.
That's men. Anshe Shem. Keep that word in mind.
Got you.
Anshe Shem.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Genesis 6. Let's go back to Genesis
Take
6.
time. Take time.
Verse 5.
Okay?
We're gonna go first.
Go over verse 4. Then over verse 5, brother.
Verse 4.
Verse 4. Read that over again.
There we
Remember
go.
now, in Numbers 16, it says Anshe Shem.
Yeah.
That is talking about
Famous
you
men.
and me,
Mhm.
regular men,
Famous
famous men.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, there were giants in the earth in those days. We're going to reiterate it. Giants, Nephilim, which means the fallen ones. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, they said those was men,
Yeah.
regular men, okay? And they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown.
Yeah. Yeah.
The word for men of renown in Genesis 6 is Anshe Hashem. Hold up.
Aha.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mhm.
In Numbers 16, it states Anshe Shem.
Mhm.
Anshe Shem. In Genesis 6, it states Anshe Hashem. Hashem is talking about God.
Hashem.
Hashem is the
The
Most
name.
High.
Yeah.
The name. Men of the name of God. That's what that means. And that's why I say those were angels that went in to the daughters of men,
Yes, Lord.
not regular men.
He said, my name is in them.
That's right. Anshe Hashem. Those were evil angels. Those wasn't the righteous. Those wasn't Raphael. Those wasn't Michael and Gabriel. All those holy archangels that support God. That wasn't them. It was an evil realm. It was an evil realm because the adversary, which I showed you before, he exists and he had followers also. Those was godlike men. Godlike men that went into the daughters of men. Now, remember now, the adversary saw something else. Because once they went into these women, they had become unclean. Now, guess what? They can't go back. There's no transferring and going back and forth. Now you're stuck here. He done sealed you.
The adversary knew that.
There's no coming back. The adversary knew that. The adversary knew that. There's no going back and forth. You can't leave off from here on earth and go back to God.
That's why he himself ain't doing it.
fell.
And because they fell from the grace of God.
That's right.
What proves my statement? The angel came down and wrestled with Jacob.
Yaakov, yeah.
I said the angel came down and wrestled with Jacob.
He came down there.
Huh?
You gotta come down.
He came down in the form of man and wrestled with Jacob. After the wrestling was over, Jacob put a hold on him. He couldn't let go. He said, listen, man, let me go. The shakad is coming. The dawn breaking. I got to report back to God. The angel dislocated his thigh,
He can't go.
blessed him, and he let him go. Guess what? He was able to report back.
Yeah.
He can come. Angels can come
Yeah.
appear on earth, and they can shoot back.
Yeah.
That's right.
But these particular angels in Genesis 6 could not go back. He couldn't go back. There was no more going back.
Sure.
Because you done made yourself unclean. You did something that you was not supposed to be doing. Okay? Let's read.
And El saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually.
And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imaginations of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continuously.
It's increasing.
What is imagination? The word for imagination is yetzer. It means every imagination, every thought, every purpose. Huh? Your purpose is what? The reason for which something is done. Huh? Your purpose can guide your life.
Yes.
Your purpose can guide your life decisions.
What's your purpose?
Huh? That's why you see people ask me, what is your purpose on life? Huh? What's your
That's a good
purpose
question.
on life? That's an excellent question
Big question.
to ask everybody. What is your purpose? Because I know my purpose here. God put me here for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
God put me here to serve him and accomplish these laws.
Yes, sir.
That's my purpose. But your purpose don't have to be everybody else's purpose.
Yes, sir.
And you can't force this down nobody's neck. They have to choose.
They gotta want it.
They gotta choose. And God said they can choose. And I can't get angry at you if you chose opposite to God.
That's right. Just can't be there.
Okay? Let's read.
And it repented El that he had made man on the earth.
And it repented God. Huh? What verse you at? 6, right?
Yes.
And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth. And it grieved him at his heart.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
And it grieved him at his heart. What does the word repent means? The word repented, it means what? Nakam. It means to regret,
Sorry, I did.
to be sorrowful. When you regret something, you begin to feel grief, an emotion of disappointment.
I ruled the day I did this.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Mhm.
And that's what happened with God, man. Grief and disappointment
Man,
start to
God,
stir up, man.
disappointed. Yeah.
We disappointed God,
That's
man.
right.
He expected us to follow after these laws, commandments, and statutes. He gave it to us. Choose. But we chose opposite. Tom, see?
And El said, I will destroy man whom I made.
Now God said what?
I will destroy,
I will destroy man
whom I have created
whom I have created.
from the face of the earth.
Uh-huh.
Both man and beast.
Both man and
And
beast.
the creeping thing.
The creeping things.
And the fowls of the air.
The fowls of the air.
For it repented me that I had made them.
For it repented me that I had made them. You see everything get punished all because of what man did.
That's right.
Everything goes down.
That's right.
So God going at everything. So now it's time to wipe everything out. Everything must be wiped out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
But Noah found grace in the eyes of
I
El.
said Noah found grace, which is came, chet noon. You know what is grace? Do we realize and know what is grace? This is
Oh,
heavy,
man.
man.
Hananiah.
I said this is heavy and is deep.
They don't
Grace is what? Unmerited. Anything that is unmerited, it means not deserved. You don't deserve the mercy of God. We don't deserve the mercy and the grace and the compassion and the pity from God. We don't deserve it. But God still, in his righteousness, show mercy.
You deserve this.
God still, in his mercy and righteousness, shows pity and compassion. You deserve to be wiped out, but I showed you mercy.
Right.
Isn't that the form of heads and leaders and people that's in control?
Yeah, they don't ride on anything.
Huh? I don't ride on you and jump on you for everything. My son do things that I don't like. I don't beat him for everything. But sometimes, one time he did something. And I said, you know what, son?
That demonstrates it.
You know what, son? You did this and this and this. I'll never beat you. But this time,
I can't let you
I had to drive all the way to Queens.
go.
I went all the way to Queens. I put him on my lap. I said, this is going to hurt me more than it hurt you. And I took the belt, took his pants down, and I beat him on his butt. Sometimes you get carried away, you keep going. I have to break myself out of that
Gotta
zone.
measure. So God did.
Yeah. But God had to measure his punishment.
Measure.
It's God does that. Guess what? We do it too.
Do
We know when it's enough. You say, "Oh, that's it, man." Sometimes you do boom, boom, and you let other people do it. You say, "No, I don't want you doing it because you're not gonna have. You don't know your measurements, and this is not your kid.
Sometimes.
So you're not gonna show, and you're not gonna measurize
Right.
your punishment and what you do. You go all the way out to where you gotta tell a person it's enough.
Yeah. You're leaning too hard.
Don't you see that today, man? When people have no limit in the things that they do, when you look at a person and you say, "Yo, man, it's enough. You did enough. You said enough. You did enough, man." He understands, and that strengthens him to keep going. Is that godly?
No.
God don't move like that, man.
Talk
So when a
about it.
person says enough, it's enough.
Yeah. Saul said it.
It's enough, man. Even Saul said it. It's
He said,
enough.
no more blood today, man. And
It's
this
enough, man.
Chill.
We don't know when it's enough.
You tell me, chill.
I said, we don't know when it's enough. I said, God knows when the Most High moved David, huh?
Ooh, the number of the city.
To number the people.
Mm-hmm.
And plague broke loose.
Mm-hmm.
The angel broke loose on the nation.
Angel of death.
Hmm? He was about to move in to Jerusalem. You know who stayed his hand? You know who stopped him? Because the mercy of God is not in the angels.
No.
The pity and the compassion of God is not in the angels. Their job is to accomplish what God wants.
They don't have their own mind.
They don't have their
That's
own
correct.
mind. You know who had to stop the
That's
angel?
correct.
God had to stop. He said, "Oh, hold up. This is enough."
They don't pack mercy.
They don't pack mercy. King David looked up
Just stay
at Araunah.
Yeah.
Looked up.
Slow.
He saw the angel of God that spits in mid-heaven
Yeah.
with his sword drawn.
You still in that zone. God stopped him.
God stopped him. He ready to destroy and wipe out.
Yeah.
Man, we got to stop playing with this God, man.
Say it again.
We got to stop playing with his laws and his commandments and statutes.
Yeah.
We got to work on ourselves
Yeah.
and
Get close to God,
convince.
man.
Convince. I said this last week.
Convince
Convince
yourself.
ourselves.
That's how you believe.
Do you know that's why God said talk about it? Talk about it when you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up.
That's right.
You know why God said talk about it constantly?
It stays in your mind.
Because you, me, us, we are trying to convince ourselves that what God said is right.
Right. Not me.
Not me,
Not, yeah.
not my
Yeah.
thoughts.
Yeah.
What God said is right.
That's
Huh?
correct.
And that's why we haven't really, that's why it's a hard time for us to believe God. Because we're not convincing ourselves. Okay? We're not convincing ourselves and repeating these words over and over in our head by reading and praying so that our spirit can be convinced
God
that
is-
this
yeah.
God is real.
You know why? Because we too busy
These
sinning
laws,
presumptuous.
these laws is real.
That's right.
Too busy
And without
sinning.
God, we ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Again.
I said, without God, we are nothing.
FS
That's
are
right.
not
Nothing.
moving. FS are not moving.
Let's read. Now, hold on. No. I ain't done yet. Now, grace is an unmerited divine assistance given to man by God.
Godly assistance.
A godly assistance, right? This is deep, man. Right? Godly assistance given to man by God for his regeneration.
Regeneration.
Wait a minute.
Regeneration.
Wait a minute. We know what regeneration
Yeah,
means.
I know.
Regenerations come from the word to regenerate. To regenerate means to form or to create again.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
To form or to create again. That's deep, man. That's what grace is. That's why God shows us grace, an unmerited form of grace given to man so that he will be able to correct himself with God. and be chosen and be elected. Because God did say that King David is going to sit on the throne again.
Yeah. See, you sound quick.
The book said that King David is going to sit on the
back.
throne again.
That's right.
When is this going to happen? We don't know. When God said it's ready. When God said it's ready.
That's right.
So what that mean?
He gave
People
his
don't want to
limbs back.
speak on that type of things, but
Yeah.
they say, "Oh, when you die, that's it." No, it ain't.
That's what. That's.
I'm not doing these laws for nothing.
You cut off.
I'm not doing these laws, commandments, and statutes for nothing.
Nah.
There is a reward.
God don't do nothing.
There's a reward
That's right.
that comes to those that follow in the laws
That's
and the
right.
commandments of God.
Yes, sir.
Man said, "I'm gonna get this back. I'm gonna
Okay.
get this back. I'm gonna get my tongue back."
Let's read.
9,
Regenerate.
verse 9.
Go ahead, read it.
These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations.
Noah was just and perfect in his generation. Guess what? We can be just and perfect in
In
this
our
generation,
generation.
and it ain't hard.
Nah, you make it hard.
It ain't hard. We make it hard. You know
Give
why?
yourself excuses.
You know why? Because I can't find no one that with the determination to serve God. It's hard to find those things. And the people that say they serving God ain't really serving God. They say they serve God just for talk,
They think they know. No, they
just
really
to
think
talk.
They cut off.
but they're not really serving God by fulfilling the commandments of God.
That's right.
Okay? Go ahead. He said Noah was just and what?
Perfect in his
And
generation.
perfect in his generation. Zadik. One of the words and definition of what? Of Zadik is to be pious. Pious means devoutly. Huh?
Devoted.
Devoutly, right?
Oh, yeah.
Devoutly means what? Showing deep feelings and commitment for God.
Devotion.
Now it's understanding. Not everything is being clear.
Commitment.
So when people come up here, well, me, when I come up here, I done had people, and I went to other camps, right? And the other camp, not here, but someone in the other camp saying, man, you teach like you're angry. No,
Yeah, explain that, please.
I'm not
Yeah,
angry.
yeah, run that down.
No, I'm
this
not
clear.
angry.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Lord's fire.
No, I'm not
Break
tight.
that down, bro.
But the way I teach is because of this definition that I just said. Okay? Let's go with the definition again. Devoutly come from the word devoted or devote, showing deep feelings and commitment for God.
Yeah.
So being that you show these deep
I love
feelings and commitment to God, the message get brought across excitedly.
Get excited.
You get excited
Yeah.
when you start talking about the word of God.
What you get excited
I'm not
for?
angry.
Nah,
What you get excited
No,
for?
I ain't
that's
tight.
what keeps me.
But this is what keeps me straight
Talk
and
about
pushing
it.
for God.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's right.
that's why I come up here and speak with such
Yeah,
energy,
yeah.
energy and heart
Talk about it.
because of the
That's right.
passion
That's right.
and the feelings
That's right.
Talk about
and the
That's right.
commitment that
That's right.
I have
That's
in me.
right.
Yes, facts. That's what we
I'm
got.
not patting myself on my back,
Talk about
Pat
it.
it.
but I do have
Talk about it.
feelings and
Yeah.
passion for God.
Yeah.
That's why I come up and I speak the way I speak.
You better pat it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody else gonna pat it for you, huh? Yeah.
I used to say that.
Hey, you better pat it.
Right.
Boy used to say that. He said, man,
Yeah.
he said, y'all ain't gonna pat me on my back. He said, well, you
I'm
know
gonna pat my
what?
own
He said,
back.
I gotta pat my own back.
Yeah.
My father used to say that, man.
Yeah. Talking about, man.
Miss him dearly.
Talking about,
Miss
man.
him dearly. Miss him dearly.
Yeah. I'm
I gotta
Yeah.
speak on it, man. I gotta
Yeah.
say, man, my brother. Listen, had it.
That's right. That's right.
It was a dream that went down, right? Had a dream, and seeing him, he said, "Yo, listen." Hugged him, started crying. He said, "I know." He said, "Y'all miss me." Woke up in tears.
Yep.
Woke up in tears.
Yep.
Woke
was
up
smiling
in
the whole
tears.
time.
So
He
when
was
you
good.
think he ain't here, he's here.
His spirit, yeah, man.
You know why I can say that? Because Raquel died
Where's she-
many
where's she at?
years ago.
Where's she at?
She was buried in Ramah.
She was buried in Ramah.
Okay.
And from her grave,
Thousands
of years ago, when the
Yeah.
nation of Israel was being taken away into captivity, Raquel was
She
crying,
was good.
Yeah.
weeping for her son,
When he was going to
Yeah.
Babylon.
weeping for the nation of Israel
When he
being
was going to
carried
Babylon.
away into Babylon.
Yeah. Wherever
So
she
do
was
you
at.
think, so now that tells me that your loved one that passed away, they see what's going on.
Yeah.
Still there.
Yeah, they still there.
The righteous. The
Righteous.
righteous.
That's right.
Somebody's,
Devoutly, right?
Yes, sir.
Means what? Showing deep feelings and commitment for God, right? What is just? Just is being upright. Being upright, being honest, being conscientious, being scrupulous.
Very careful.
That's the one I wanted to get to.
Scruple.
Because I don't went through what uprightness with God is.
Mhm.
We know what honesty is, and we know what conscientious is. We done heard this over and over.
You should know
Making
by now.
amends for God for that which you for your wrongdoings.
Should know by
So
now.
now the definitions for scrupulous come from the word scruple. Scruple is what? An ethical consideration or principle that inhibits your actions. That's deep. Now we're going to go deeper now. What is ethical consideration and what is ethical principles? Ethical consideration is what? Is a set of principles that guides your practices. A set of principles that guides your actions. A set of principles that guides the things that you live by. So because I have set myself according to these principles, I will not stretch forth my hand and steal. Because I have set myself according to these principles, you will refrain from doing the things that is unlawful by God.
That's right.
You stop yourself.
You'll stop yourself.
Inhibit.
Ethical principles: honesty, fairness, leadership, integrity, compassion,
That's true.
respect, responsibility, and loyalty.
All that.
All that is ethical principles.
All that.
Huh?
That's right.
Let's read.
And Noah walked with El. Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet.
Uh-huh.
The earth also was corrupt before
Now,
them.
hold up. Stay right there. You want verse what?
11.
Verse 10. Stay at verse 10. I want to go into the word perfect now. Okay? It says Noah was a just man and perfect. Perfect meaning tamim. It means tamim means wholehearted, complete, to improve. Right?
Yeah.
What is whole? Whole means what? A person in his full nature includes ways of thinking, feeling,
100%.
and actions. Those 3 things we have to cover. We got to cover our thoughts,
What you feel about it?
okay? Because your thoughts will cause you to sin. Your feelings, you got to control your feelings,
That's right.
because your feelings
It's your emotions.
is your emotions, which causes you to sin. And your thoughts and your feelings will determine your actions.
Correct. There go we go.
Your thoughts and your feelings will determine your actions. I felt this way, so I did this. I thought this, so I did this. That's what whole is. Whole and complete with God. Now, in order to be whole and complete with God, number 1, we must close the breach. You got to close that breach by being whole and complete with God. It will close the breach. It would not leave an opening in your spirit for iniquity to come in,
It's true.
for sin to come
It's true.
in. Okay? Tamshi.
And Noah begot 3 sons.
Noah begot 3 sons:
Shem,
Uh-huh.
Ham, and Yafet.
Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Now, like I told you before, God flooded the earth.
Yeah.
And he wiped out everything in the earth.
Mhm.
And the earth was filled again by these 3 men: Ham, Shem, and Yafet. Yafet migrated into Europe,
Wait, Lord, all the way north.
went all the way up north. Right? Ham migrated into
South.
Africa.
Went south.
Migrated into Africa, went south. And Shem migrated and stayed
Right in the middle.
in
Right
Asia,
in the middle.
right in
which
the
is
middle.
Middle East.
which is the Middle East, which is Asia. And a
That's
brother
correct.
named Moray
That's correct.
Yeshaya,
Mhm.
he's the only brother that I noticed that's mentioned that. The question was, is Israel
In Africa.
really in Africa?
No.
Hmm.
It's not.
It's not.
Talking about-
Israel's not in Africa.
That's Hamite land.
Israel, when you look at Africa, is Hamitic nations where they went into.
Yeah,
Israel was in Asia,
that's right.
Middle East,
Yeah.
Asia, all these places that we read about in the book is in Asia, man.
That's right. Babylon.
Babylon is in Asia. Assyria is in Asia.
Yeah.
All these spots is in
Asia.
Asia,
It's not in Africa.
not in Africa.
I go to Cactus.
So
Stand
life
right
didn't
now.
begin in Africa.
No.
That's what we was taught. Life
No,
began.
no,
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 life
no,
didn't
no,
begin
no,
in
no.
Africa.
And we are
Life
not,
began in Asia.
and we are not Africans.
We ain't Africans.
That's not the
All right.
motherland.
Leave the dashikis alone.
Let's read.
The earth also was corrupt before El.
The earth also was corrupt. Corrupt. The word for corrupt is shachat. It means to ruin or to corrupt.
Let's go.
What does corrupt means? To change from what God has set up.
That's why the earth is
That's why we corrupted it. That's what corrupt is. Once we change the setup that God, change the setup of God, you corrupted it.
Now you don't corrupt.
Now you corrupted it. Okay? To ruin means what? To damage, irreparable.
Can't be repaired.
The opposite. Huh? The opposite of irreparable. Right? We're going to dig deep with this one. This is deep.
Well, then dig
The
deeper.
opposite of irreparable means to make repairs.
Be able to be repaired.
So if God said we are irreparable,
No.
you would not make repairs.
You're not gonna get that.
We're not going to make repairs. We're not going to make good to that.
That's right.
To make repairs means what? To betake oneself.
Uh-huh.
To betake means to commit and return and make good with God.
Come in.
So now the book says we are ruined. We are damaged, irreparable. He said we are damaged, irreparable, meaning we are not gonna make repairs with God.
Not even-
We are not gonna commit and return to make good with God. We're not gonna do that.
Not gonna make it.
It's not gonna happen because why? Because we're corrupt.
Too corrupt.
Why? Because we're too corrupt to make any repairs
We're
with
past the
God.
mark. We're past the
We
mark.
done passed the mark of wickedness. Once you pass a certain level in wickedness and evil, those type of people can't make repairs with
So
God.
that iniquity of the Amorites.
Those type of people can't make repairs with God. Those type of people don't return.
No, don't put it back.
Certain people can return, like King Manasseh.
Uh-huh.
King
He come
Manasseh
back. He came
went
back.
all the way out into wickedness, but he found his way back to God, and he was put back on the throne.
He did worse than
And
everybody.
he did worse than everybody.
He did worse than they had.
He did worse than everybody.
That's right.
Okay,
No excuse.
go ahead, read. He said, and the earth was filled with violence. Hamas. Hamas means injustice. Huh? Hamas means what is injustice? Lack of fairness, an unjust act or occurrence, right? Occurrence is an incident or an event. So an unjust act in an incident or an event. We got to deal with these things according to what God said, because then you go in the records as being injustice, being unjust, being a person that deals with violence, and you start putting a mark and the stain on your spirit with God. Okay, go ahead, read.
And El looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And El said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me.
God said to Noah, he said, the end of all flesh is what?
Come before me.
Come before thee. Read.
For the earth is filled with violence through them.
The earth is filled with violence through them. Tom Sheep.
And behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
I'll destroy them with the earth. Tamshi.
Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch.
Uh-huh.
And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of.
Uh-huh.
The length of the
This
ark.
sound like we are cave people? Huh? This sound like we cave people, man?
No.
Noah's building an ark. It was as big as a what? As a submarine. That's what the Science Channel said. Man, all these things is starting to come up now. All my father did was watch news and the Science Channel. He said, "Oh, nothing on the news. Let me switch to the Science Channel and see what they're talking about." Because God have a way of revealing to us the truth.
Right.
And he's using these people to reveal the truth to us
Yeah.
so that it can strike some type of belief to let us know that this is the true way of life. This is the true God that we need to be serving and committing ourselves to. And all these things, he saw it on the Science Channel. It was a huge ark,
Yep.
very huge. Go ahead, read.
The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits.
Uh-huh.
The breadth of it 50 cubits. And the height of it 30 cubits.
Mm-hmm.
A window shalt thou make to the ark,
Mm-hmm.
and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. The door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it.
Uh-huh.
And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life,
Okay.
from under heaven.
Okay. God said he's going to destroy the earth by flooding the earth. Okay. And what was the covenant after God flooded the earth? What was the sign of the covenant that God used to flood the earth? To show us that God said, look, man. He said, man. God said, man. He said, listen, man. Even God got a heart. He said, this is something else. I had to destroy a whole world by me flooding. And it says when he flooded the earth, he said the springs and the depths that was below was released. There are certain springs below sea level that God got covered and sealed. Because if he removed those covers, remove those springs and those depths, the water is going to start coming up. Water's going to come up. It wasn't just rain dropping. God released and opened up the depths and the springs below to where the water and the ocean level just continued to rise.
That's right.
The ocean kept rising and
Whales-
rising
the whales
and
of
it
the-
rise
whales of
and
the
it
country.
rise and it rise and it rise. So now God said what?
Sharks in the
He said, I ain't
mountains.
gonna never destroy the earth by a flood.
Yeah.
He said, this is the covenant and this is the agreement between me and you, between us, me and man. He said, the rainbow
That's right.
is a sign and a covenant to man that God is not gonna flood the earth by a flood again. You know what they use for the rainbow?
Wicked world.
It's a sign for
Homosexuality.
Took it and corrupted.
It's a sign for
That's the alphabets. LGBT, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J,
it's a
K.
sign for LGBT, ABC, ABC, EFG, HIJK, LLP, QRS,
TUV, WX, Y, and Z. Facts.
It started as the Rainbow Coalition
Death to
Rainbow
gays.
Coalition.
in the early 80s.
Talk about.
No good.
Talk
That's
about.
not what that's used for. And that wasn't the sign that it was used for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about.
That was used for an agreement between God and man that he ain't gonna destroy the earth again by a flood. Go ahead, read.
And everything that is in the earth shall die.
Everything in the earth shall die.
But with thee will I establish my covenant. Thou shalt come into the ark.
What verse you at?
Middle of the 18.
Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Thou and thy sons and thy wife and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female.
What verse you at?
20.
Okay, stay there. He said, but with thee will I establish my covenant. And thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons, your wives, and your sons' wives with thee. To establish means to fulfill or to confirm my covenant in you. Huh? Go ahead, read verse 20.
Of fowls after their kind,
Uh-huh.
of cattle after their kind,
Uh-huh.
and of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind.
Uh-huh.
Two of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. And thou shalt take unto thee of all food that is eaten. And thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah according to all that El had commanded him.
Okay.
So did he.
Okay. Let's go to Numbers 16. I want to finish that.
Baruch Shemo. Baruch Shemo.
And after we're done with Numbers 16, we're going to go into Psalms chapter 4.
Meal from the top.
Okay.
Now Koach, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Lewi,
Uh-huh.
and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moshe with certain of the children of Israel.
Uh-huh.
250 princes. of the
250
assembly,
princes of the assembly. Uh-huh.
famous in the congregation,
Famous from the congregation.
men of renown.
Men of renown. Anshe Shem. Famous men. Again, look up the word for men of renown in Numbers 16 and look up the definition in Hebrew for men of renown in Genesis 6. And you have two different Hebrew words. Men of renown in Numbers 16 is Anshe Shem. Men of renown in Genesis 6 is Anshe Hashem. Okay? Two different things we talking about. Tamshi.
And they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aharon and said unto them, you take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation all holy. Every
He
one
said,
of
you
them.
take too much upon you, man. He said, seeing that the whole congregation is holy. Everybody's holy. Basically, they're saying, you ain't the only holy ones.
You're on the same level.
You ain't the only sanctified ones. I'm holy, you holy, we all holy. We on the same level,
Man,
man.
do what you do.
Huh? Exactly. That's what they're saying. Read.
Every one of them, and El Israel is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of El Israel.
Where verse you at?
4.
Go ahead.
And when Moshe heard it, he fell upon his face.
You see how meek this man was? These guys come and press Moses, speak junk,
Yeah, man.
raise up to try and kill him. What Moses did, he fell before God, prostrated himself before God. Moses was very patient. Moses was very patient. And that is an attribute, a holy and righteous attribute. Meek,
Takes a lot.
patient, compassion, pity. We got to be patient with each other.
Please.
I said, we have to be patient with each other.
Much less.
Me too.
Sure. Take time.
We all got to be patient with each other. And sometimes certain things happen in life to where God could bring you back into reality.
That's right.
And say, man,
Wake it up.
all this happened because you did it.
That's right.
I'm not going to look at you and say, no, you did this. But why? We got to practice patience. We got to practice these things for God to be patient with you. I want God to be patient with me, so I got to be patient with people.
Much less with our parents.
Much less with your parents. That's right.
Unless you want to die.
I got to practice mercy so that God can be merciful with me. Yeah.
That's how it goes.
I got to be compassionate so God can be compassionate to me. These are things that we have to order our life with.
Yeah.
So that we can receive the same thing from God.
Talk about a gang. That's right. That's
Let's
right.
read.
Talk about it.
And he spake unto Korah and to all his company, saying, even tomorrow El Israel will show who are his and who is over.
Tomorrow, God is going to do what?
Will show who are his.
He's going to show you
Show you
who's his.
who he chose.
He's going to show you who he
Who
chose.
he chose.
Huh? He's going to show you who he chose. Thomasy.
And who is holy.
And who's holy? Uh-huh.
And will cause him to come near unto him.
And will cause him to come near to him, to approach him. Huh? Only certain men there's a certain requirement
Not all of them is
that God requires for man to be in order for them to approach God, to come near to God. To listen, man. There's a certain requirement, man. Now God said, He said, listen, I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna prove to you who's holy and who ain't holy. Who I chose to come near to me and who I didn't choose to come near to me.
I'm gonna cause them to come near.
Huh? Because what? When you on that holy and righteous path, and when you're pursuing righteousness, humble and meek, those type of people, God would cause those people and allow these people to come near Him.
Listen.
How do you come near to God? How do you approach God? Huh? When you start doing laws, commandments, statutes, when you start changing your life according to the curriculum and the standards that God has set, now I'm pulling up on God. Now I'm getting close with God. Now I'm pushing up on God. And now, because I'm pushing up and I'm getting close to God, I have turned His attention towards me. Now His attention is towards me for righteousness and good. Now He has given me a scope.
For His mercy endureth.
Enlarge. We're going to get into that later in Psalms 4. I'm not going to explain it now. God has enlarged me. Okay, Psalms 4. Enlarge means to give a greater scope to. I'm not getting into that now. Let me finish this chapter, and then we're going to learn what does that mean when God said, I have enlarged. You have been enlarged. Huh? Let's read. That's a good thing.
Good thing.
Tom Sheep.
Even him who He had chosen.
What verse you at?
When He calls to come near unto Him, verse 6.
Okay, Tom Sheep.
This do take due census.
This is what I want you to do. Okay, we're going to find out if God chose you to do this or not. Okay, let's read.
And put fire therein, and put incense
Take
in them before
census.
Israel tomorrow.
Take census, right? Korah and all the company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. Incense was only burnt during the sacrifices. Incense was only burnt during the offerings. And only the high priest and the priests and these men burnt incense and frankincense in the temple. So, therefore, you're never going to catch me burning incense in my house. You're never going to catch me burning incense nowhere. Because incense was only burnt in the temple during the sacrifices and offerings of God.
That's what it was for.
People say, oh, it ain't talking about that incense. Then why we like to question everything? Listen, brother, incense is incense. You hear me? I said incense is incense. That's it.
That's right.
Stay away from it.
That's right.
Why do you have to burn it? I can get some Febreze and spray it. Freshen up the air, open up the window, spray, and that's it. But we want to oppose God. We want to be opposition to God.
That's right.
That's why. That's our nature.
It's a natural thing.
Opposition or opposite to God. You tell a person, thou shalt not. Man, the person, he look at you and said, go to hell.
Yeah.
And he also telling God to go to hell.
Yeah.
And he continue in this unrighteous act.
In the unrighteous act. Yeah.
Read.
Talk about it.
And it shall be that the man whom Israel shall choose, he shall be holy.
Okay.
You take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. Moshe said unto Korah, here I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Seemeth it but a little small thing unto you that the El of Israel had separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself to do the service of the tabernacle.
He said,
of
listen,
Israel.
you must think that your job is light. You must think that your job is meaningless. No, you got a heavy responsibility also. But your job is not unto this job. You're designated for this important job. this guy is designated for this job. But they wanted to step into the offerings and the sacrifices. That was the job of the high priest and the priest. Top sheet.
To stand before the congregation to minister to them.
Uh-huh.
And they have brought thee near unto him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also,
You seek the priesthood too. Uh-huh.
for which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against other Israel.
Uh-huh.
And what is Aaron that you murmur against him?
What he did?
He said, what did Aaron do? Huh? Aaron ain't did nothing, but they're murmuring against Aaron. We gotta realize something, man. The Creator causes you to come near to Him. The Creator causes you to come near to Him because the only way to come near to God is when God put the Spirit upon you to read and pray. And most of all, you have to have a conscience.
Oh, you better.
God got to put that Spirit on you because you want it.
That's right.
Because the only way to God is here.
That's one way.
The only way to God is to read. There's no prophets here.
Listen to me.
There's no priest here.
That's right.
There's nobody here to take you to God.
That's
You gotta
right.
take yourself to Him
That's right.
by reading this book and
Yeah.
applying the things that you read to yourself.
Yeah.
Push up.
Huh? Now, after you read and you begin to apply these things that you read to yourself, now you start getting closer.
That's right.
Now you start getting closer and
That's
closer.
That's right.
Now you start getting closer and closer.
That's
Huh?
right.
Without sinning presumptuously.
That's right.
Without breaking that stride. I have been doing
That's
these
straight.
laws
That's
for
straight.
5 months.
That's right.
I have been doing these laws now for 10 months.
That's right.
All right, man. Now I got 2 years in doing these laws.
I got
Man,
20
now
years.
I got 4 years doing these laws.
Oh, you focus on doing laws.
Because everything is based on time.
That's right.
Time.
That's
We
right.
have 2 people. One that just started living this way of life, and one that been living this way of life all his life. Who do you think the understanding of God is going to come to or have more clearness of the understanding of God? The one that been here. Okay, we got 2 people that got 10 years in, but one don't study. One don't read. But one reads and studies, and he prays, and who do you think the understanding of God is going to come to? The one that do more in reading and studying.
That's
So your
right.
understanding of God is not compared to this man's understanding of God. Understand that, man. And there's no comparison, George.
That's right.
There ain't no comparison.
That's right. Talk about it, man.
Because you just started studying.
Yeah.
You just started reading. Well, hell, you just scratched the surface.
Yeah.
I've been scratching the surface and been reading for many years.
Well, let's go boy.
For many years.
From little boy.
From a young teen.
With my father.
So how do you think that you're going to have more understanding than a person that been reading and doing these laws? Huh? How?
Come on, man.
Under the guidance
Yeah.
of
You
God.
can't argue.
No.
That's
You
right.
can't argue. There's no argument there,
Come
man.
on, man.
That's what's going to happen.
No.
Get out my
What
face.
verse we at?
12.
Let's
Get out
read.
my face.
Moshe sent to call Datan and Abiram from the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we ain't coming.
Moses called him up. He said, man, listen, man, we ain't coming up, man. Uh-huh.
Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of the land? that
Is it a
floweth
small
milk
thing
and
that thou
honey,
hast brought us up out the land that flow of milk and honey? Huh?
to kill us in this wilderness?
To kill us in this wilderness. You know who they call the land that flow of milk and honey?
Egypt.
Egypt. That's what they was talking
They
about.
ain't believe
They're
it.
not talking about Jerusalem.
No. They're like, man, listen, that's it.
He said, man, you took us out of the land of
promised
milk
you
and
to
honey.
kill us.
You took us up out of Egypt, man. We was good in Egypt, man. We was eating. We wasn't starving. We was drinking. But these people,
They didn't have the scope.
see, God took them out of Egypt and brought them in the wilderness to test them, to test their faith, to test their faith with God. So God did that to them to prove to them Now we got to prove ourselves. That was the proving grounds. We are living in a situation or in a state that this is definitely the proving ground. God is proving each and every one of us to know what is in your heart.
Everybody gets that.
To know what is in your heart, whether you have the heart and the will to serve God or not. So God put trials and tribulations in each and every one of our lives to see if we're going to choose the righteousness and the holiness of God. Huh? Be careful. I said, be careful.
Be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
Take
Take heed to yourself. Watch yourself. Let's read.
And said, to kill us in the wilderness, and set thou make thyself altogether a prince over us. Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey.
Say, man, you ain't bring us to the land that flows with milk and honey. You got us in the wilderness, man.
Right.
You got us in the wilderness. Ain't no food there, nothing there.
Or giving us inheritance of
You promised us fields and vineyards that we ain't plant. We ain't get that neither.
Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men?
He said, man, you gonna blind us? You gonna put us eyes out now? Well, basically he's saying, man, you put us through all this. He said, what you want, my eyes? He said, what you want? My arms? You want my eyes? That's all that's left that I can give you. That's what they saying. Go ahead.
We will not come up.
He said, man, we ain't coming up, man. They tight. Read. Look what Moses said.
Moshe was very raw.
Moses was very raw.
He said unto El Israel,
Look what he told God.
respect not thou.
Stop right there.
Boy.
Respect not thou their offerings.
Lord,
You know what that means, man? The word for here, it says for respect, it says tefeng. Tau pe nun. It means to turn to. He said, turn not to their offerings. Huh? And in order for God to turn towards your offerings, you have to be accepted. In order for God to accept your prayers, you have to be accepted. God is not going to accept your offerings or your prayers if I am not accepted by God. And that's what took place with Cain and Abel. Cain wasn't accepted, so he did not accept his offering. Abel was not accepted. Abel was accepted, so therefore he accepted his offering. Now, the standard of the offerings was not set. It wasn't set yet. Okay? We're not in the land, and the offerings was not set yet. But because Abel was accepted of God, he steered him towards the right path and caused him to bring up the blood and the flocks and the fat of the flocks. And because Cain was not accepted by God, he was stirred different.
Blocked off.
He was stirred different. Caused him to bring up fruits. You can't bring up fruits for no offering. Later on in Leviticus chapter 1 or 2, he said the offerings is made of the fat and the blood of sheep, of the lambs, of the cattle.
The offerings is
Okay,
blood.
fat and blood goes on that.
That's right.
Make atonement.
That's right.
Now we got to remember now, iniquity is in the earth.
Yeah.
Iniquity exists now. The first thing, good thought from Cain, said, man, I got to bring up an offering for God. Huh? That was our way in regaining favor in the eyes of God by bringing up these meals and peace offerings, iniquity offering, to pacify God's anger with man.
It's a sin. That's right.
Because we sinned. We
That's
transgressed.
right.
Tom She.
I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moshe said unto Korah,
I have not taken an ass from them, neither did I hurt them. Which means what you're doing to me is not justified.
Right.
I didn't steal from you. I didn't take an ass from you. I didn't do nothing to you. Huh? Now let's cut that. It's 1 o'clock. I want to go to Psalms 4.
Take time.
Psalms chapter 4. This is a heavy psalm, man. This is a heavy psalm. Huh? Heavy psalm. Let's go to Psalms chapter 4. Then after that, we're going to go into the virtue of woman. The virtue, because women have virtue too. Men ain't the only one with virtue. Men of Kyle, virtue and strength and vigor. You got, it speaks about women with virtue also. So let's read Psalms 4. Let's go into Psalms chapter 4. Tamshi.
Hear me when I call, O El of my righteousness. Thou hast
Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. But again, if God don't accept you, then he ain't going to hear your calling. He ain't going to hear your prayer. Let's read.
Thou hast enlarged me when I was in
Remember I spoke about enlarge? We're going to dig into that word enlarge. The word enlarge means, the Hebrew word is rakab. Know what rakab means? Rakab means to enlarge, means to give a greater scope to. What is a scope? A scope is a space or opportunity for unhampered motion or activity. What is unhampered? To be restrained. God will restrain you and hold you back from committing iniquity. That's why I said I'm not too much on the bad side. You know why? Because God used my woman to restrain me from doing something that was unlawful by God. I had it in my mind, and it came to my mind, and I questioned it. I said, man, after I said, man, why this thought came to my head? I know right from wrong, but he used her to tell me don't do it. So that's what answers it. Huh? To be restrained. Huh? A space or an opportunity for unhampered, to be restrained in your activity or motion. And that's what God does for the ones that he has accepted. That's what God does for the ones that he had chosen. That's what God does for the ones that he has elected. So now, according to your lifestyle, you would know if God chose you. You would know if you are the elected of God. You would know if you are traveling and walking in that pious path, in that righteous path.
Yeah.
You would know that according to your lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
According to your lifestyle.
And the things that go down.
And the things that goes down in your lifestyle.
Yes,
Let's read.
Have mercy upon me and hear my prayer.
Oh,
ye
he
sons
said,
of men.
God has enlarged me when I was in distress. The word for distress is zad, zadeh resh. Zadeh resh meaning distress. Zad also means affliction, pain, or suffering. And people look and say, oh, look what he's going through. All that pain and suffering. But you know, he did things in life. Man, shut up, man. You don't even know how God works. I said, you don't even know how God works. I heard people say that, man. And I want to put my foot in their mouth. Because you don't know how God works. God put his elect and his chosen ones through pain and suffering to prove themselves and prove their faithfulness with God.
Baruch Elohim.
He did it to King David. And guess what? He did it with my father.
Baruch Elohim.
Put him through it. To see if he's going to remain in his integrity, remain in his righteousness. And he passed with flying colors.
Didn't break.
He ain't break.
Didn't break.
He still continue to serve God.
Didn't break. He didn't fold.
That's right.
Baruch Elohim.
Let's
What are you
read.
talking about?
O ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory?
He said, oh, ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame? Kibodi. Kibodi. Kibodi means what? My glory. Kibodi means my honor. What is God's honor? What is the glory of God? What is the honor? Things that God honor. Shabbat. Feast of Unleavened Bread. All these things that we read about in the statutes that we read about here, we have turned the glory and the things that God honors into shame. You know how we turn the glory and the honor, the things that God honor into shame? When we profane it, when we don't honor it. So when we don't honor the day that God honors, we have turned the things that he honors into shame.
That's right.
Better hear it, man.
Into shame and insult.
Better hear it.
Now, what is insult?
Better hear it.
Insult means to speak or treat with disrespect.
You playing with this
It's
day.
a treatment, and it's also the things that you say out of your mouth. Be careful.
You playing with this day.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. It's best to not to know about this
That's right.
than to know and
And
don't
play with
fulfill
it.
it and
Yeah.
play with it.
Right. Say it's worse than booty.
Let's
Yeah, worse than all y'all.
Worse than
Uh-huh. Let's go.
How
Let's
long
read.
will you love vanity and seek after
He
leasing?
said, how long will you love vanity and what?
Seek after leasing.
Okay, now, we're going to dig deep, man. I said, we're going to dig deep. Vanity. He said, how long will you love vanity?
But you had enough.
What is vanity?
Mm-hmm.
Vanity are things that has no value or worth.
Enough.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Value or worth. Things that has no value or worth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But in order for you not to love the things that has no value or worth, you got to see that.
Right.
Uh-huh.
You got to see if
Uh-huh.
this thing that I'm loving, does it have any value in
Is
it?
to a God?
Does it has any worth towards it? Is it towards God? Those are the only things that you should value.
That's right.
That's it.
Those are the only things that has worth in it
That's it.
Yes.
when it's concerning God.
That's right.
But we value everything else except for what God values. You know what's You know what you need to be valuing? You know what is worth?
Got a dollar on you?
You know what is worth?
Nah.
You know what is value? The laws and the commandments of God.
Talk about it, man. Not money.
That's what you value.
not money.
Not the dollar.
Not money.
Not the almighty dollar. You don't value that.
Right, man.
The laws and the commandments of God,
Talk
man.
about it, man.
Huh?
Talk about it, Johnny.
Huh? Let's read.
But know that El Israel had set apart him that is godly for
Oh,
himself.
hey, wait a minute. He said, how are you going too fast now, John? He said, how long will you love vanity and seek after leasing? You know what leasing is? Leasing is lies.
Yeah.
Right? And leasing is lies. Example. In Psalms 101, verse 7, it says, a liar would not tarry in my sight. Right? In the Hebrew, it states, a liar will not be firm. A liar will not be established. So by me speaking lies, it weakens my spirit with God.
It stops you from.
It stops me from progressing with God. Huh? I will not be established if I continue to be a liar. Huh? Now, I said I'm gonna stop lying, but when you make your mind up to stop lying, you're still gonna be lying.
Exactly.
You,
Because you're used to it.
because I'm
So
used to it. I have accustomed myself to lying, but I said and I made my mind
You're
up
ready
to
quit.
stop.
Yeah, you on it now.
I'm on it, and I gotta be more on point with
Yeah,
myself.
yeah.
Sometimes we say things and then go against what we said.
Oh boy.
Huh? We say things and then go against what we said.
I'll be confused.
And when you say things out of your mouth, God look at that as a vow.
Whatever
Okay?
coming out.
It's a vow. What verse you at? Let's go to verse. We at verse what? 3.
Yes.
Verse 3. Time sheet.
But know that El Israel had set apart him that is godly for
It
himself.
said, but know that God had what? Set apart him that is godly. Time out. The word for set apart in the Hebrew is hifla. The root word is pala, pe, lamed, he. It means to separate, to distinguish, to be different, to differentiate, to distinct, to be distinct. This is what God does to the godly. Huh? He said God had what? Set apart him that is godly for himself. To separate means what? To set or keep apart.
Away from the bag.
To set or keep apart. I told my woman, I said, certain people that's not on this same path with me, I can't continue to hang with them. Whether it's family, brothers, friends, I cannot continue to hang with you because we are living separate lives. So I gotta separate myself. Distinguish means to be recognized or treated as different. Who's gonna recognize you or treat you different? God. God have recognized you because you have put in the works for God. Now, because of your works that you're putting in, he's going to treat you different than he treat this one. He's going to treat you different. Not the same. Differentiate means to develop differential characteristics. Differential characteristics. Once your character change, it shows in your actions. You know what's your character? Your character includes your thinking, how you think, how you move, and it's going to show in your actions. Tom, see?
And Israel will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe and transgress not.
Stand in awe and transgress not. To stand in awe, it means ragat. It only means to tremble. Tremble. Or tremble, or to move with fear and sin not. Live your life with the fear of God, so that we do not sin presumptuously. We have to live our life in the fear of God, so that we don't sin presumptuously and break his commandment, break his laws, knowing that you're breaking it, the brother said.
Yes, sir.
Tom, see?
Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still.
Commune with your own heart. You know what commune, you know what I mean? Talk to yourself.
And
Talk to yourself. And when you're reasoning with yourself, be truthful with yourself.
Don't say you ain't do nothing.
Be truthful with yourself when you're reasoning with yourself. Because sometimes when you're being truthful with yourself, certain things that's going to come up, you ain't going to like it.
That's right.
You ain't going to accept it because it doesn't satisfy the evil that I have in me.
That's right.
But you know deep down inside that when you're truly reasoning with yourself, that what comes up is really true. You know what? I shouldn't have done that, really.
Yes, sir.
And you don't make excuses of why you did it.
Yeah.
You did it. You messed up.
That's it.
That's it. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that counts.
Mm-hmm.
You did it and you messed up. Tom, see?
Offer the sacrifices of righteousness and put your trust in El Israel. There be many that say, who will show us any good? Lift, El Israel, lift up the light of thy countenance upon us.
Okay, cut that. And let's go to Proverbs 31.
Scroll on.
Proverbs 31.
Take time.
Let's go to Proverbs 31.
Take time.
You got it?
Yes.
Tom sheet.
The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What,
My
my
father
son?
said King Lemuel was King Solomon.
Yeah.
King Lemuel was King Solomon. His father's dead at this time. At this point in time, his father's dead. And his mother stood up. Bathsheba stood up. Went to the king, and she's counseling him. She's counseling him. She's boosting him, all in the fear of God. Which means she had received the strength from her husband to be able to counsel her son in the fear of God.
Yeah.
Be careful of how you counsel your children, because your counsel ain't gotta be right counsel. Right? Things that you say ain't gotta be right according to what God says. It ain't gotta be right. But this woman, because she was a woman of strength, because she was a woman of vigor, because she was a woman of virtue, she then was able to counsel King Solomon righteously. Righteous thoughts, righteous advice.
Not selfish advice.
Not selfish advice. Because a lot women that counsel their children is selfish and only thinking about themselves, but not thinking about the situation that they're putting their children in.
They're creating monsters.
Teaching your
Okay.
own children to hate
Killing
their
them.
father.
All right?
This what's wrong
Let's-
with you?
Okay, Tom She.
What's wrong with you?
What, my
The-
son?
He said, "What, my son? This is Bathsheba. What, my son? Uh-huh.
And what? The son of my
And
womb?
what, the son of my womb? Uh-huh.
And what? The son of my vow.
And what, the son of my vow?" She said, "Man, this my son, this
Son of
guy
my
here
vows.
was a son that I vowed
She
for."
made vows.
She said, "I made vows."
She was in bed.
Huh? I made vows. And guess what? That wasn't mentioned in the Kings.
No.
In 2 Samuel.
No.
When King David took her.
No details.
Wasn't mentioned.
No.
But she made vows, man. She said, "You were the son of my own vows." Tom She.
Give not thy strength unto woman.
Give not thy strength unto woman.
Oh,
Give not thy strength unto woman.
Not
man.
your wife, woman.
Huh?
Get it straight.
Know why I said that?
That's right.
Number one, don't give your strength to women that don't want to serve God.
That's right.
First of all,
That's
And
number
once
one.
you ain't married, you ain't married.
That's number one.
That's right.
So therefore,
outsiders.
if a woman don't want to serve God, then I can't.
Leave
I
her
can't.
alone.
I'm not gonna
Don't
involve
pursue, don't
myself
pursue.
with this woman.
No.
I'm not gonna do that.
Uh-uh.
I'm not doing
Talk
that.
about it.
Okay? Give not thy strength to woman.
What's your
Don't
strength?
be your strength is consists of many different things. Your main tool when you ejaculate, your virality, your strength,
Go into
your money, your the things that you
Your
have,
resource.
your resource, your power.
Your bank account.
Exactly. Those are all your
Your
strength.
cash app.
Right? This is a woman counseling him against woman.
Yeah.
Right? He said, "Nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings." Tom She.
It is not for kings, O Lemuel,
She says, "Not for kings, O
This is
Lemuel.
not for kids.
It is not for kings." To what?
to drink wine,
To drink wine, Tom She.
nor for princes strong drink.
Nor for princes strong drink. He said, "It ain't for kings. It ain't for princes and chiefs and rulers to be drunk drinking wine. It ain't for them, man. Because these things distort your thoughts.
Yes, it does, man.
It distorts your thinking pattern.
Hey,
And it
hey,
throws you off.
hey, 3 cans, I'm
It
out there.
throw you off.
I said 3 cans and I'm out there.
That's why when you see me drink, I only drink maybe one just to
Yes,
get
sir.
nice.
Yeah.
Maybe two.
Yes, sir.
And when I'm drinking, when I do drink one or maybe two, I'm headed home.
Yeah,
I'm headed home. I'm headed home. I'm going home.
Me too.
I ain't going nowhere.
Mhm.
Tom She.
Lest they drink and forget the Lord.
Lest they drink and forget God.
Fact.
Because that's what drinking does. It
Fact.
distorts your thoughts. It clouds your judgment. Go ahead, read.
And pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted.
Tom She.
Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish.
Give strong drink to him that's ready to perish. Give strong drink to him that's stressed out and in distress. But be careful with that too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you're in distress and you're in trouble, and when you drink, it enhances and increases what you're worried and distressed about. And then you start, you start to act out. So you got to be careful too. Moderately.
Yes, sir.
Moderately. Tom She.
And wine unto them that be of heavy hearts.
Of a heavy heart, Tom She.
Let them drink and forget his poverty.
Let them drink and forget his poverty.
And remember his misery.
Remember
no
his
more.
misery no more. Tom She.
Open thy mouth for the dumb, for the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction.
Tom She.
thy
Open your mouth for the dumb. When you see it's in your power to open your mouth for somebody or talk on someone's behalf, that is not wrong. That's right. Right? Speak on behalf. He's being taken advantage of. Speak on their behalf because you know the truth. Tom She.
Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy.
Open thy mouth, judge righteously. 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter. You don't have 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter, that's dead.
That's right.
It's dead. Okay? Go ahead.
Who can find a virtuous woman?
Who can find a virtuous woman? That's rare.
Uh-oh.
That's why I said who can find a virtuous woman?
That's what I said.
A
Back
wo-
then it was hard.
And the book is going to go into what the virtuous woman is about.
That's right.
What are the things or the character of a virtuous woman? Okay? He said, who can find a virtuous woman? Uh-huh.
Well, her price is far above rubies.
Her prices are far above,
Way
way
more
more than $1 million. Can't be compared to. Tom C.
The heart of her husband doth safely
Her
trust
husband
in her,
trusts in her. Tom C.
so that he shall have no need of spoil.
Uh-huh.
She will do him good and not evil
She'll do him good and not evil
all the days of her life.
all the days of her life. That's the woman of virtue. That's the woman with virtue and strength and vigor. She would do me good
Yeah.
and not
Will
evil
please you.
all the days of his life. And if you're a holy and righteous man, you will do her good
That's right.
and not evil all for the rest of her life. We're going to be doing each other good. Tom She.
She seeketh wool and flax,
She seek wool and flax
and worketh willingly with her hands.
and work it willingly with her
She
hands.
sews.
She sews. She makes her clothes. She
Woman
seek
don't
wool.
wanna
She
sew.
gets linen, and she goes behind the spindle and the sewing, and she sews. At this point in time, there was no sewing machine.
No,
So in old times, they had a spindle.
spin.
You know what a
Right.
spindle is? The material and the yarn is on a little spin. And while they're spinning, it's a machine. They spin it,
Yeah.
it's spinning, and while it's spinning, the thread is being loose and they're putting it together.
That, and the
That takes time.
That's right. That's right.
Put it together, they ended up making a whole robe or a garment or making whatever they
They
want
put
to
in
make.
work.
They put in, you gotta work.
They didn't have
Tom, she-
machines.
She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her
She's
food
like
from
the
afar.
merchant ship that bring her food from afar. She go afar to get things that is needed in the house.
Right.
Tom She.
She riseth also while it is yet night.
She rides also while it's yet night.
And giveth
Huh?
meat to
You know how many
Up
mornings
before everybody.
I get up, mama come inside the room, up, come get up, get ready for school.
Right now.
When I get up, breakfast is made.
Kim like shot.
She didn't stay sleeping till 12. He said, "Oh, don't worry about it. All right, guys,
Right, go ahead.
I'll get up. I'll be up soon. Just go ahead, go inside. Let me
Go
get
in
up."
there and put yourself
No.
a bowl of cereal.
She got up
Yeah.
and made breakfast for the children
That's right. Every morning.
every morning. That's what the mother does. Tom She.
She riseth also
While it's
while
night,
it is yet night
And giving meat to her household and the portion to her
maidens.
maidens. Tom She.
She considereth the field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hand, she planted a vineyard.
Tom She.
She girded her loins with strength,
She girded her loins. She binded her loins with strength. Uh-huh.
and strengthened her arms.
Tom She.
She perceived that her merchandise is
She
good.
perceived that the things that she's selling and she's doing is good. It said her lamp goeth not out by night. Tom She.
She laid her hands to the
You
spindle.
know what that is? Her lamp didn't go out at night.
She's still working.
She's still working.
Huh.
Her lamp is on and she's still, everybody
That's
sleep.
her work.
Everybody sleep, but her job is in the household,
Yeah.
making sure things is done right. Or I didn't finish this, I'm gonna finish this. And before she go to bed, everything
right.
must be accomplished and done. Now I'm gonna go lay down.
So I said mother's job.
Huh? Tom She.
She laid her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff.
Tom She.
She stretched out her hand to the poor. Yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy.
Tom She.
She is not afraid of the
She
snow.
ain't
for
afraid
her
of snow
household.
for her household. For her household, clothed with scarlet. When it's snowing outside and it's below zero, she's still going out to get what her household needs. Tom She.
She maketh herself coverings of tapestry.
Uh-huh.
Her clothing is silk,
Silk
and
and
purple.
purple.
Her husband is known. in the
Husband is
gates,
known in the gates.
and
When he
sitteth
sitteth amongst the
land.
elders of who? Of the land. Uh-huh.
She maketh fine linen.
She make it
and sell
fine linen and sell it and deliver it girdles unto the merchants. You know what the word for girdles in the Hebrew? Girdles or belts.
Right. right.
And they gave those girdles, they gave those belts to the merchants. It was sold to the merchants. The merchants were not women. The merchants were men.
That's
Now
why.
that should tell you right there that woman did not wear belts.
There we go.
They didn't need
What
belts
they need a belt for?
because they didn't have on
They
pants.
didn't wear pants.
They wore dresses.
Make
They
the
wore
sign.
robes.
Make
Sarah
the
didn't
sign.
wear pants.
That's it.
Make the sign.
Okay.
Tamshi,
Strength and honor all her clothing.
strength and honor are her clothing.
She shall rejoice in the time to come.
Uh-huh.
She opened her mouth with wisdom. And
She
in her-
opened her mouth in wisdom. So she made sure the things that she said was wise words
That's right.
before she said it.
That's right.
She didn't say nothing stupid or things that didn't have or make sense.
Yeah.
Right? And in her tongue is the law of kindness. When the words is spit out, it's never, what, you go to hell, nigga. It ain't that. That's not a woman of virtue. To look at you and say, go to hell, nigga.
Or not even that. Just take a deep, a hard sigh.
And a hard look, man.
Tamshi.
27.
Uh-huh.
She looketh well to the ways of her household.
She looketh well to the ways, to the doings, to the goings of her household.
And eateth not the bread of
And
idleness.
eat it not the bread of idleness. The word for idleness is azal, means laziness, sluggish. Laziness and sluggish. Because there's a lot of things that needs to be done within the house.
Yeah.
Within the house. And the woman took care of it.
That's right.
Woman took care of it. The men went out and worked, brought the money in, took care of the house, paid the bills, and the woman take care of the things that needs to go down in the house.
That's right.
Huh? That's it.
That's right.
Those are the things that I appreciated with my woman.
That's
Took
right.
care of everything in the house.
Yeah.
Look, next day I come home, she mowing the lawn. I said, man, what are you doing, man? Mowing the lawn, doing this, doing something. Got to keep the house clean and good.
That's right.
My job, I got to go out there and work and pay the bills.
So she hold it down.
So she holding it down inside the house. He said what? Her children arise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praised her. Many daughters had done virtuously, but thou hast excelled them all.
That's a fact.
Grace, favor is deceitful, beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Which means, you know what that means? A woman can have favor and grace, but it could be in a deceitful way.
That's right.
It's not what you think it
It's
is,
not
right?
really right.
Now, the beauty is vain, but what counts is the fear of God. That's what that's saying.
That's right.
No matter what you are or how you is, but the only thing
Fear
that
God.
truly counts is the fear of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay? He said, give her of the fruit of her hands and let her own works praise her in the gates. And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom to God.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Levi.
Hallelujah.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chiefmen, princemen, mothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters, I bid y'all the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom to God.
We're going to move right ahead to Psalms 91. Now, I was going to bring something else. But I'm bringing this because Chief Malak reminded me 2 days ago of my Abba's favorite song.
One of his favorites. Yes, sir.
And I remember when he brought it to me, I said, wow. I remember one time I came in the house and my father was upset. So I asked him what was he upset about. You know what he said? He said, I got stuff coming in my head ain't supposed to be in my head. And where I'm at now with God, I've got stuff telling me to go back and do stuff that I already.
And that's what's angering.
He said, that's why I'm upset. He said, I'm not supposed to have these thoughts coming to me and this far in now. He says, go do me a favor, get settled in, get the book, come back. He made me read Psalms 91 to him. He broke it down. read it. He stopped me, broke it down. I'm a teacher and reader. So I said, you know what? I need to bring this. God has a way of saying, what you had playing in your head, nah, I want you to do this. Make things happen for you to go his way. Right?
Mhm.
Pay attention to what's being said in here.
Uh-huh.
Look, this is why all of the children of Israel, the kings, all godly men after David, used his psalms as praise.
Uh-huh.
They didn't make their own praise.
No.
They said they praised God with the Psalms of David in the time of Hezekiah.
For mercy endure forever.
In the time of Hezekiah. You know why? You don't need to make it because somebody that came before you that had the same heart as God do.
That's right. For mercy
All right.
endure forever.
Solomon came, David's son, and set up a way for now
That's right. Teach, brother, teach.
because he knew this wasn't going to last too long.
Teach.
Our forefathers knew that what God had set up with the Israelites in Jerusalem and Israel wasn't going to last long
That's right. That's right.
because of the way they was treating God's laws. As a whole, they're going to get snatched up. Knowing that an individual has to do extra, not to be counted. No. First, you got to not be counted with the heathen, and then not to be counted with the rest of the Israelites. Because not all Israelites are correct. Most serve idols. Okay? They served them. The majority turned on God, but you had individuals. And that's why God spoke to Moses about certain individuals that stuck out from their people, from the world. And they were able to do these commandments. Not everybody is able to be a basketball player. Am I right?
Yep.
Not everybody is able to do this. Not everybody is able. So not everybody is able to do this. Joshua told the children of Israel, the actual seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, y'all are not able to serve God. He said, but me and my household are going to serve God. So then I looked, I said, wow. Why are they not able? And as you read along, he said, put away the gods that you got amongst you. Oh, I ain't got gods among me. You got it in your heart. You got it in your heart. Because you like or you love the things, you accept, tolerate the things that God said, nah, you don't. So, okay? So these songs have an effect.
That's right.
Kings, godly kings use these songs. None of them went up. No. Only one man I see beside him said a prayer. That was Manasseh. See, exceptions are made for men who make exceptions for God.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So everybody, but this guy here and that guy over there and that sister right there, they do exceptional things.
Right.
They do extra for God.
Right.
Right? Yeah, extra credit is good. As long as you don't add on to his word. As long as you don't add on to his word, you can go and do this. You can do that. Because you know what's going to keep you. Look, you know what's going to keep you in this.
Yeah.
So you got to feed yourself that. That word commitment kept coming up. You know who we supposed to be committed to? God. That's why this man was able to make a Psalms. That's why his son was able to make the Proverbs. If you want to be godly, read this, and it will show you what to do, what not to do. It will show you how, it would make you be able to identify wicked in a person, wickedness in yourself. So, Tamshi was Psalms 91.
He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty.
He said he. Okay, he said he. Read that again.
He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High.
The person that dwells in the secret place of the Most High. Secret place of the Most High. Tamshi.
Shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty.
Okay. Yasad means to dwell, to live in. It also means to exist. That's why I got hyped when Chief Shama was talking about why are you here? Why are you existing? And I said, man, I checked this word out. It doesn't mean to dwell, it doesn't only mean to live in a house or live somewhere. It also means you're existing in what God created. He made you to exist, okay? To being in a specified place. You know what the specified place is? Here on this planet. God made everything, right? Then he made man. That a place for man. A specified place. So he said, man, before he made anything, he had Israel in thought. Right or wrong?
That's right.
So he had Israel in thought. Okay? But they wasn't there yet. They didn't exist. We didn't exist. Now that we exist in the specified place that God had put us in, which is this planet Earth,
Right.
it says, you be in a specific place and you keep the attention directed. That means I keep my attention directed to God. That's how you dwell. That's how you live. What does it say? Read it again. Read that first verse.
He that dwelleth in the secret place of the
The
Most
secret
High.
place of the Most High is not somewhere where you go hide, boom, boom. The way you live, it's like a secret to everybody.
Right.
And know why? Because when you get close to God, He will only tell you certain things. He will only tell you, I will cause one that is holy to come near me. Right? So now, what I'm telling the one that's holy, that's near me, I ain't telling you certain things. I'm not going to tell you. Because I see how you move. I can tell him and I can tell him. They are going to act accordingly. Okay? Because I'm keeping my attention directed. That's why I always tell you guys when y'all sitting down there, pay attention.
That's right.
Not to your phone.
That's right.
Not to Instagram. Not to Facebook.
Right.
That's right.
If you're in your phone, look, this is what when y'all see me on my phone, this is what I'm in. See?
That's right.
You see the Hebrew, see all of that? Okay.
That's right.
I got another one with the dictionary here. I got the book here in English.
Yeah.
I got my whole setup here.
Study.
I'm not on Facebook.
Study.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not on Facebook during the week.
Say it again.
Certain things I'm supposed to cut off. All that stuff, it was an add-on. I said, whoa, back up.
Yeah.
This is too social for me.
Yeah.
Because the ideas that's on there,
Wicked.
you know what the ideas that's on there? You know what they tell the children? You don't have to listen to your parents.
That's right.
Right.
You don't have to listen to your mother.
That's
Yeah.
right.
You don't care if that's your brother.
That's
Because
right.
you got a
You want
business.
to, they tell you want to succeed in life and be successful.
Yeah.
Forget your family.
That's right.
Don't that sound familiar?
Unless
You
got
want
a
to serve Jake,
Yeah.
right? You say hate your mother, hate your father, hate this, hate that. Forget everybody.
That's who you serve.
That's who you serve.
That's who you
But
serve.
once you're not serving God
That's
and
who
you
you
chase
serve.
money and you want to do this and be a celebrity and blah, 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 and get in the industry and do all these things, you are serving Jake. You just ain't bow down physically.
Right.
So you turned to idols.
Right.
No, I don't buy. You don't go to church, boom, 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 but you still do and think and follow the ideas, the procedures, everything that the people that follow Jake do. I
Right.
know who Jake is.
Yeah.
The idol that's on the cross, man. He come in black. He come in, so no, but he's black. He's black. He's white, predominantly white.
Yeah.
Okay? He's Chinese. But the Chinese one, they made him fat. Y'all know what his name is. I ain't saying his name. Look, look, all those iterations, he said the idols of men are vain. He said because they have eyes, but they see not.
Right.
So now, the idols that are shaped after man, woman, and child, after human beings,
Right.
were made by people who made themselves God before God. So now I'm going to make this thing here with these rules and these days so that the whole world could be against God.
But they
But
need
you
something
think
new,
that
though.
you're serving God.
Yeah, they need something new. New God's whack.
You think you're serving God.
All outdated.
That's why I was saying that people are cut
All
off. That's
outdated.
why they can't think.
That's right.
See, that's what you said about scope?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yo, when God enlarge you,
Not the most high though.
you have room to see your
Your
errors.
faults. Yeah.
Not yours.
That's right.
I can easily see yours all
Your
day.
own.
You can easily see mine all day. But now, what God wants us to do,
Mhm.
look, I ain't got to admit nothing to you, brother. Only my mother and my father. And God. That's all who matter.
That's it.
What you think don't matter. Because I got a vow with him. I got a secret with him. I got a covenant with
That's
him.
right.
And look, sometimes he tell you don't say nothing.
Mhm.
Blow it up. Because now, look, you're going to get an adversary.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. That's why he told Samson,
That's
yo,
right.
man, you can't tell nobody.
Mhm.
As soon as he told who he told, he didn't tell his mother and father.
Mhm.
Who he told, that heathen woman.
Yeah.
She wasn't Israel.
Yeah.
She was from the valley of Sorek.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
But this was Samson's whole life. God personally guided it. But it's for us to learn lessons from.
Uh-huh.
It's from us to learn lessons from. We don't look at our women in Israel, and the woman in Israel don't look at the men.
No.
The women in Israel look at the men out there, and we look at the women out there. That's the problem. That's why there's too many baby mamas and baby daddies and no wives and husbands. Time sheet.
I will say, El Bel Israel.
Okay, hold on. It says to dwell and to live in. It said to exist, to have being in a specified place. This one here. It said, or with respect to understand your limitations or conditions.
Mhm. That's deep.
Not everybody can
Mm.
see that.
That's deep.
That's why when you said the scope, I said, wow, we in tune. We in tune. Because that's what this is. What we said, whoa, now I'm gonna respect this. I'm not gonna do that. I didn't respect it before, now I do.
Mhm.
Because I understand more. I see more. More has been done to me. Okay? It said, so I understand my limitations. I know when to keep my mouth shut.
That's right.
I know when I've done enough.
Amen.
Okay? It said, or conditions. I can't leave here and go about my life because the condition, my mother and my father,
That's right.
is for me to be here. I'm part of that condition.
You understand that,
I'm
Payasos?
part of that condition.
Okay?
Right,
So
right.
I'll be a bum,
Okay?
okay?
All right,
I'll be
clown?
whatever you say.
Yeah.
You live with your mother.
Yeah.
Just that I don't care what you think about
I
me.
chose to do it, clown.
Okay.
What about you?
Because I was doing this before you was born. Because I understood
Yeah.
my limitations.
Yeah.
Okay? You have to understand your limitations with God, not with us. Because see, when I understand my limitations with God,
Chose to do
I'm gonna be able to do the same thing with you.
it.
Same thing.
Mhm.
Okay?
Chose to do this, man. Psalm 91.
Yeah.
Come sheet.
Psalms 91, verse 2.
So when you dwell, okay, he's a person that keeps his attention directed and understands and respects that I can't and God don't want me to do this.
Mhm.
You dwell under him. Now you under him.
Mhm.
Okay, Tom sheet.
I will say of El Israel, he is my refuge and my fortress.
He
My
said,
El-
I will say of the Lord,
He is my refuge.
I don't need no lawyer.
Facts.
I don't need this. Look. My hope and my everything
is in God.
is in God.
That's right.
Okay? If he
Right.
deem it not to happen, then so be it.
That's his will.
And you better believe that.
That's right.
And you gotta make yourself believe that. See, by saying that, you make yourself believe it. Look. Leave it up to God now. And look. I'm gonna keep doing what he say, and I'm gonna leave that issue alone.
That's why I say I'm not touching the mind. I said, never
But you see you understand and respect and understand the limitations and the conditions that God puts you in.
Yeah. I said that from the
We
hospital.
learned
bed.
that from watching our father, man.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Special training.
Yeah.
With these laws,
I didn't know that was
it's a
so.
special kind of training that
I
goes with
told
it,
you that.
and a special discipline and diligence that goes with it.
I said that from the hospital bed.
Okay?
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
So your existence is to serve God. The reason why everybody on this planet exists and was made and was created is to serve God.
No good shot.
Because most people from this time to now are born, they don't even know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay? The wickedness has taken over everything. Tamshi.
He is my refuge and my
Uh-huh.
fortress.
Uh-huh.
My El, in him will I trust.
My God, in
My
him
God.
will I
In him will I
trust.
trust.
Okay? So when I say, yo, man, I'm gonna leave this to the Most High, I say, oh man, he talking about he leaving it to the Most High. No. Because I got my trust in him. You don't put your trust in him. We say they stand on their sword.
Yeah.
These guys don't have a God. They stand on their sword. So you know what that means? They're unmerciful. They cool with you as long as they ain't mad at you. Once they get mad at you, they'll turn on you, man. Because they stand on their sword. Okay? My trust is not as much as your trust. So I'm going to go and do other things desperately while you're going to sit there and wait. It said, wait, I say, wait on the Lord. Because see, now that you said it, you got to wait now. You got to wait. You got to wait. Patience is a virtue, isn't it?
That's right.
Meaning, it is part of what makes a man and a woman virtuous.
That's right.
That's right.
So I wait,
That's right. That's right.
get married,
That's right.
and then I have kids.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not supposed to have baby mamas.
No.
I'm not supposed to. If I listen, wouldn't have had that. But I learned. You learn. You're supposed to learn, not keep doing it. You say, how long y'all gonna keep doing this? You ain't learned from the last time you got hit. So I'm gonna increase you. I'm gonna increase it 7 times more. I'm gonna make you do 7 times more, and hit you 7 times more. That way, I ain't gotta worry about you trying to get back here.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. And after a while, you're thinking different, and you see things different. So he said, I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge. He is my fortress, my God, in him will I trust.
Him will I trust.
Okay? Not the crazy stuff that come in my head that's against God.
Uh-huh.
I get mad at it until they get away from me.
Right.
Yeah.
You ever got mad at a body part? Your body part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my foot falls asleep. Yeah, I'm like,
I think in the book of Job,
Wake up.
in the book of Job, he says something about his hand, his arm. Something about his hand. I can't remember. But look.
He said if he have there's something, he said let his arm separate from the shoulder blade. If he did something.
If he did something.
I forgot what it was.
Yeah, look upon me.
That was Job.
See that?
Yeah.
That was the same. That was the same
Look
part. That
upon
was the
the
same. That was
maid.
the same chapter. He said that.
In other words, I'm not going to look with the desire,
Right. Right.
with lustful sexual desire. On a maid, a virgin, okay? Because the women were not whores or prostitutes.
No, sir.
Okay? They weren't
No, sir.
promiscuous.
No, ma'am.
They weren't having unsolicited sex. They didn't have more than one man. Look, yeah, read that part.
If my heart had been deceived by a woman,
Oh,
or if I had
wait. If I allowed myself to get deceived by a woman, it's because I didn't trust in God.
Yeah.
I didn't trust in God. So when all that is not going to God, you got an opening. She can infiltrate. God said, love me with all your heart, not no woman. Yeah. And all that soul and all that might. Look, for everything of your being, who you are, give it up to me, and I got you. Not her. Not him. Some shit. Look, not my kids.
Yeah.
I heard a brother say something last night, and this is how you know, because people, I say things, everybody be looking at me like I'm stupid or something, like I said the wrong thing. I don't pay that no mind, because that's the evil in them bucking. Don't listen to him.
Yeah.
Don't listen to him. Find a reason not to listen to that. Matter of fact, shoot the same guy down. So you don't have to jump on what he's saying.
Right.
That's how you work. Y'all don't see what's going on. We jam our own selves, man. He said, sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I found it.
Uh-huh.
If I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless,
Oh.
when I saw my help in the gate,
Uh-huh.
then let my arm fall from my
There we
shoulder
go.
blade,
He cursed his arm. You know what that
and
means?
my arm be broken from
You
the
know what that
bone.
means? If I do that, then an occurrence is going to happen.
Yes, sir.
An event, an
An
incident.
event, an incident.
Cause and effect.
Okay? And he picked it. He said, let this get
Rest from my
dislocated.
dislocated.
Dislocated. When it break off and dislocated, you ever seen somebody have to hit it? Bro, you know how hurtful that is?
Hurts.
It hurts.
That happened to me.
It happened to me before. It hurts. Look, this shoulder was here. That's right. It go back. This was right here. I was like, oh. Look. If you go to the doctor, they're going to do the same thing. You got to slam it. And you feel it and you hear it click. Oh, man, that thing hurt. That's what he said. Look. Let me, give me pain. Let me suffer. So you know why he's saying that? Because he know he ain't going to do it. My father made a vow. God, serious. Life. He told him, he said, look, I'm going to do all your commandments. And if I don't do them, kill me.
And remember my
And
sins
remember my
on my
sins
family.
when I leave here. So that means he ain't going to mess up because I have locked myself in now.
Right.
Vows, supplications go with confessing. It helps. All right? We pray, we confess, we make supplications and vows. Okay? That's what Ahab did. It's a process to the confession thing. All right?
Yep.
Physically, what do you put on? That burlap. Itchy. That's it. On Yom Kippur, Ahab had one around his neck.
So I laid down with it too. Johnny.
Ooh.
It wasn't
You ain't get no
comfortable.
sleep.
It wasn't comfortable.
You didn't get no sleep?
It wasn't comfortable.
You got right back up. I said, look at this guy. He ain't gonna get no sleep.
It wasn't
I know what's
comfortable.
going on. Got right back up, came out here. But I put myself through this discomfort because of my misbehavior
Yes,
before
sir.
the Most High. This is the most I could do to myself physically. I can't cut myself like the Africans do.
No.
I can't bust myself in the head like some Arabian nations do.
No.
I can't offer up my firstborn son like the Moabites did.
No.
God said, I have not suffered you to do so. He said, when you afflict yourself, you deprive yourself of food. And we the only ones that on Yom Kippur, when that day comes, it's a 24-hour thing.
That's right.
Nobody goes for 24 hours. I've been in places where I see Muslims, right? And they got the wrong day for a whole month. But look, they eating.
Oh yeah.
Big meal too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not a fast.
It's not a fact.
I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, yo, so you fast? He said, yeah. I said, so you don't feel no pain? He said, no, I'm good. I said, nah.
It's not a fact.
Afflict means you gotta feel some
You
type
got
of
to feel it,
pain,
man.
discomfort, a longing. You depriving your physical, and what happens with your spirit? Your spirit get lifted up a little.
Yes, sir.
It helps lift your spirit up.
Hey, the Sakis was our underwears.
My father made sackcloth. He made
I'm
shorts,
gonna get mine.
underwear. His
I'm finna get
t-shirt
mine.
and his underwear was sackcloth. He wore that every day. For you know why? You know why? For what he did in his past before he met God. He said, you know what, man? I gotta make. He said, I can't forget the stuff I did. And that was way back before he knew this. But you don't forget, look, you always, hey man, remember I did that, man. I'm sorry, man. How we do with each other? That's what you're doing with God when you make vows, you wear the sackcloth, yeah. Because of what I did 40 years ago. You can sit there right now. See, but you have to get to a level of righteousness and holiness to think like that.
Yeah.
You didn't think like that, in the beginning stages.
No.
Okay?
No.
It was later in life, certain
It
things
was later
came.
in life.
God enlarged and opened up my father's scope
Yes, sir.
to where he was the scope. You know what the scope is?
Mhm.
Scope. I can see
I'm watching
you
you.
all the way down there.
I'm watching you.
And I got the scope, and I got my eyes on you.
You got certain scopes you can see for 100 yards, and you got this scope you can see for 1,000 yards. That's what God did. He took your 10 yards, made it 1,000,000 now because of how you are with His commandments. Okay? Man, the spirit of God is strange to people.
That's right.
Know why I say that? One time there's a prophet in there. He came in, he threw oil on who was that? A king. One of the kings.
Man.
He came in, threw oil on him, pronounced him, and ran out. Those guys was chilling, drinking, chilling. And the guy came in.
I got secret
It was
errands
who?
to do.
Yehu? It was Yehu.
Secret errands.
He said, man, I got a secret errand. You know what I mean? And God already told him, look, you do it like this because you make, when God tell you to do something a certain way, it's because you're making a
A
statement,
statement. Right.
right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Right.
You're making a statement.
Yeah.
Certain things, look, even in the street, you do certain things to make everybody know what it is without saying a word. Actions speak louder than words. So when God said, don't say nothing to nobody, go in there, hit them, get up out of there. That grabbed everybody's attention. What they did after, they said, yo, what that madman wanted? They said, yo, man, look. They didn't say, come on, he made you king. They did that to Saul.
So, yeah, he was king.
That's the only time I've seen they did that to a king. They did that to Saul. And after Saul saved the people, a group came up and said, yo, where's everybody that was talking about Saul before this? We're going to kill him now. Saul said, nah, chill. Okay? So y'all watch your mouth.
That's right. That's right.
I had to watch my mouth with God.
That's it.
That's why we say the prayers of David.
Not your own word.
You can't say your own.
That's right.
Sound like.
Manasseh was deeper than a prayer. He praised God.
Yeah.
He had confessed, admitted his faults. He made vows, supplications. Okay? And he even gave props to his forefathers. He said, because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not sin.
That's right.
Manasseh, King Manasseh, said that those three men didn't sin.
That's right.
And he's right. He's right. He said, Abraham obeyed my voice, obeyed my charge, obeyed my laws, my statutes, my judgments. So he obeyed the law, the Torah, the statutes, the judgments, and personal commands. Like how your parents have personal commands beside this. Okay? They got personal commands beside this.
Right.
I know that because I gave my sons and my daughters personal commands beside this. I don't like when you say that. I don't like when you wear that. I don't like when you act like that. I don't like when you treat her like that or treat him like that. She said, he's up on the Isha. She said, he's up.
He's there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
You got to watch this. Look, if you can't get that right, you ain't going to get nothing right.
getting that
Because God not there. God not talking to you. God is not here. The only time you hear God is when you read.
It's simple,
And
man.
it doesn't have too much of an impact on you when you have your father and your mother there to you telling them. And they're backing God up.
Yeah.
You ain't got no excuse, man. You ain't got no excuse, man.
Again. Nothing's gonna get right. You can't honor them.
You ain't gonna get nothing right, man. Don't tell me nothing about God. The practice of honor, respect, humility.
Oh, it's deep.
Okay? To hearken. Okay? To glorify, to honor, to respect. That's why you got these things up here. To discipline. You can't discipline me. I gotta discipline me. I gotta train myself to correct and mold and perfect my mental faculties, my thoughts, and that moral character controlled, gained by enforcing myself to be obedient and keep myself in order of a pattern of behavior.
Thoughts and opinions.
That's right.
That's heavy.
That's right.
That's heavy.
That's right.
The Bible wrote that, man.
That's heavy.
That's right.
That's heavy.
And then you will see certain things that other guys
That's
don't
right.
see.
It goes deep.
Okay?
That's right.
Yeah, man. When you realize it, you're going to get ecstatic. You're gonna get hyped. Every godly man that got hyped, one guy, some people got killed. Yeah. But that wasn't the answer for every situation. That wasn't the answer to every situation. These people were just and right.
That's the answer for everything, man.
They were just and right.
That's right.
You only get what you deserve.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
If God step in and say, leave him, but God, he ate this. He did, leave him. If Mama Do come and say, leave it, leave it.
That's
Pop D's
right.
come and say, leave it, leave it.
That's right.
If you got 10 brothers and they're all telling you the same thing, leave it.
That's right.
Older to younger, leave it. Younger to older, leave it. It
That's
doesn't
right.
matter, man.
That's right.
That's it.
Do you have a lab
That's
Heart.
right.
to consider?
No. Don't.
You got to. Because you're not going to able to keep the commandments.
Of God.
Because when your character get touched, that go out the window. You're gonna violate one of them. Work, look. And then you wind up. We gotta watch it. Even in our zeal for serving God. All right? Sometimes you say, okay, don't get too excited, man. You're not ready for that yet. Because over here, you ain't dealt with this over here in your heart.
Right.
I told y'all one day I heard the word larceny. Look, it can't compromise what I heard. I heard a dude say, he said, my son's got larceny in my heart. The larceny in their heart for me.
Holy said.
Yeah, Mama said that too. That's all right, come on, man. I sat down with my phone, looked up larceny. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you what it means right now.
The majority
What it mean right? What that dictionary?
the majority of kids in the world today have
I'll
lost
show you what larceny is. I'm gonna show you what larceny is. Because I heard a man of God say it, and I heard a man that isn't of God say it.
Come on, man.
That's something else, man.
Come on, man.
When you got people
Come on,
who
man.
follow God and people who don't follow God still agree on you with the same thing.
Come on, man.
You gotta change. You gotta change, man.
That's right.
Time sheet. Keep reading.
Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from
He
the noisome
will deliver
pestilence.
you from the snare of the fowler.
And from the noisome pestilence.
Uh-huh.
He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler.
LARC.
Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow
back
that
two
flieth by
verses.
day.
I gotta break that verse down. Go back 2 verses.
Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I found it.
Yeah, read larceny.
Larceny, the unlawful taking and carrying away of personal property.
Unlawful
taking.
taking.
Unlawful taking.
I took this unlawfully.
Unlawful.
Whether by force, by paperwork, by check, by whatever.
That covers
Took this, that cover everything that does not belong to me. Okay? Because there's different ways and different levels to do it. The object is I still took it unlawfully. Some shit.
And carrying away of personal property with intent to deprive the rightful owner of his property permanently. Of that.
It don't belong to me. In my intention, I want it.
So,
I took it. I found a way and I justified myself to go take that lick. Okay? You know what? I'm gonna go extort these guys in the store downstairs.
Larceny.
That's larceny. I'm gonna go catch a lick. We used to call it a jukes. We used to call it our run, robbery in the one.
Yeah.
All these things.
It's larceny.
You're taking something that don't belong to you. Would you like if somebody take your stuff? But you could do it.
As the sun go down,
This is a problem.
it's dead Juwan Day.
It's a problem. It's a problem. It said, all right. He said, he shall deliver thee from the snare, right?
Right.
He said, not salve, to snatch away, to deliver, to rescue, to save, to tear oneself away in order to deliver yourself.
Mhm.
That's why I heard people say, man, I ain't going over there, man. There's ungodly things go on over there.
Yes, sir.
They do certain things that's done over there, ain't done over here.
Yes,
I'm gonna
sir.
go over here.
Yeah, I can't do it.
There's certain things that actions and procedures, right, that God calls an abomination.
That's right.
He hates it.
That's right.
There's words that God says an abomination. Clothes,
Yeah.
food,
Yeah.
days to celebrate,
Yeah.
sexual acts,
Yeah. Man.
worship,
Oh, man.
the way you worship God or worship of any other God. All this is that's a lot of abominations.
Oh, my. Good.
Okay? That's a lot of abominations.
Oh, my.
It is something that God hates.
Yes, sir.
So I said, man, I have larceny.
Yeah.
It's deep down in there. It's deep down because certain things, I used to rob people.
Mhm.
See, when you stop doing certain things, you can talk about it.
Yeah.
That's right.
You can talk about it and hammer it
That's right.
That's right.
Right.
to get it off, just to get it out of you.
That's right.
And I said, I used to do that. I didn't. You got some that sneak deep.
Mhm.
So I was just more bolder than the sneak deep, but it
Yeah.
still was taking something. Don't put on me. But I just did it by force.
That's right.
I don't like that.
That's right.
So I had to resort to other ways, other means
That's right.
that God don't have a problem with.
That's right. That's the sacrifice.
Everything that you do is for you to get better with God. So certain things in your life, you may have to switch up the procedure, the routine, the time of the day in order to get these things off.
That's called a sacrifice.
That's what you're sacrificing.
Mhm. That's right.
So if you do all these things, when trouble comes, God will deliver you. God will rescue you.
That's right.
He will cause you to put it in your head to do something and say, look, man, they about to get raided.
That's right.
Go over there to that store. Look, man, you know what? Let me go over here in the store.
That's right.
I wasn't thinking about it, but God allowed me to think that because I'm somewhat cool with him
That's right.
in my behavior with his stuff.
Hey.
You see, I got potential, and I'm going to do more. So he going to let me get hit up.
Hey, he would shield all major
Shield.
arteries.
Shield,
All major arteries
shield.
untouched.
Things that normally happen,
The doctor asks how,
right, concerning you, it won't normally happen.
and the doctor asks how.
Right. Tell she.
And from the noise and pestilence, he shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust.
Speaking of feathers, turkey is no good either.
That's right.
It ain't just a chicken.
No.
Turkey is no good. It's an unclean bird.
It tastes good on the grill. Man.
Okay?
Tastes good.
Dark meat, white meat,
Chop it up.
turkey burgers,
Tastes good.
all that stuff. People say, well, I don't eat. It's more healthier to eat it. You cannot eat turkey.
Yeah, but I want to be
The
sure.
turkey is an unclean bird. Yansu.
So I ain't
Right?
eating it. I ain't eating it.
Yansu.
That's right. I want to be sure. I ain't eating it.
Look up that word Yansu, people,
It's
scholars.
really good, though.
Turkey.
Okay?
That's right.
It means turkey buzzard, out of the line of the buzzard
That's
family.
right. That's right. I ain't eating
Can we eat buzzards?
it. No.
No.
Don't y'all understand? The whole world is set to do everything adverse
Against
to God naturally.
Naturally.
And that's a good thing for them. Do
Naturally.
you understand that?
Naturally. That's why it's easy to stand out over here.
Okay.
Sure.
Until you get that in your head and recognize it, then maybe you could get to the next level that's waiting for you.
Yeah.
Tongue sheet.
His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night.
His truth, God's truth, gonna be my protection because I believe what he's saying. And when he said, man, it's counted as righteousness. He not gonna let nobody, look, he let you go do it, but he ain't gonna count you out because you serving him and you sacrifice for him. So he gonna take you to that limit and squeeze you. And you hold
Oh, that's right.
integrity.
That's right.
Job,
Mhm.
That's right.
you hold it.
That's right.
Because I have been bad. I deserve more.
That's right.
So I'm gonna hold this down.
That's right.
Walk softly right now before my God.
That's right.
Not you,
Mhm.
before God.
That's right.
Time sheet.
Nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in
No.
darkness.
Thou shalt not be afraid. So when God got you under his wing and you covered, you're not even gonna get scared.
Right.
You understand that?
Mhm.
You ain't gonna get scared of nothing.
I knew one man like that.
Nothing, because you only fear God. See, that's why he said, fear me and keep my commandments.
Mhm.
Because you fear anything else, you ain't gonna be able to keep these commandments.
I knew one man like
You're gonna be on that side.
Mhm.
So he said, thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night. After a while, man, the fear for only the Most High was there. Nobody else. No other entity. Nothing else. He said, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walking in darkness is sneaking up on you. Pestilence walk in darkness. When you turn on the light, what scatters? Roaches. Okay. Okay. He commanded them too.
That's right.
You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I hiss for the bee that lives in the uttermost caves all the way up in Egypt to come and bite you and give you a disease nobody's ever heard of yet.
The wasps.
That's what happened.
The hornet. The
It's like
hornet.
the locusts.
Pull up. And they pulling up.
Yeah.
Pull up. Certain insects are coming up. Never heard of before.
I'm gonna eat the locusts.
They got them hornets
That's right.
that are mad.
That's right.
They mad. They look like this.
That's right.
Why are they mad?
Mhm.
Why are they mad? God has commanded them to be mad. Mad at who? Who do they sting?
World, everybody.
They don't sting dogs. They don't sting cats.
No.
They don't try to sting birds.
Right.
Us.
Mine.
We're in a constant state of asking God for forgiveness.
Yeah.
That's why you do things to stay in His favor and stay in His sight. You're in a constant state of that. You always want to be making sure that you're good with your mother, that you're good with your father, that they're not mad at you no more. And if they're mad at you, do things to
Appease them.
oh, man.
Don't stay
To get
away.
back in. To get back in.
Because what I'm gonna do with God, if I can do
Don't
something
stay
against
away.
God, right? I do
That's
things
the worst
for
thing to
peace, right or wrong.
Yep.
So I gotta do the same thing with mama and daddy. And look, a lot of us in here got sons and daughters.
Mhm.
What the respect and honor you want, and you command before you break their head and da 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 da. What do you think God wants from you? Why do you think He say He turn? He turned people against you when you turn on Him.
That's right.
He'll turn your wife against you.
That's right.
That'll go out there. Oh, word, you want to make me jealous? Make you know how it feels now. And you ain't gonna do nothing about it. You gonna cry.
Oh man.
You gonna cry. I've seen it. Because his heart was deceived by a woman. We just read that, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Salvation.
Tell she.
Nor for the destruction that wasted at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand. But it will not come nigh thee. Only with thine.
God told them, you be with me, I'm gonna be with you. When you go to war to destroy these Canaanites, before you touch them, I'm gonna hit them up with bees, hornets, and rocks called hailstones from heaven.
Yeah.
Y'all know that?
Mhm.
That's right.
By the time we get them, ain't that much to beat up. I'll be able to chase 1,000 of them
Mhm.
because there's weird stuff going on. They see it and say, look, man, they're God fight for them. When they're right with God, weird things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody who even think against these people, did not God pop up in that king's train?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
He didn't send nobody.
All this.
Because know why? He's a king. He gonna look into man, put that guy to death. Who was he?
Yeah.
Didn't they do that to the prophets?
Yep.
So certain things, God step in personally. Because look, your pride too high.
Yeah.
You can't listen here. You won't listen here. You don't pay attention over here. So I'm gonna come to you personally. And I'm gonna show y'all something else. See Satan? He has appeared to one person only. One person. Eve.
Mm-hmm.
After that, look, and he got his job done. After that, don't show himself to nobody. You use your friends. Use agents who make things happen because you are not covered like Job.
Apparitions.
Ha-ha. So he makes these things happen. Okay? So you got to be on point because you're not going to be able to say, oh, no, that's Satan right there. Look, he's right here. He's right here. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to talk to him and tell him what God say like Eve did. It's a game now. It's slick. He's crafty. He knows damn well if he come and pull up on one of you right now, you're going to say, I don't know, get out my face. That's why he didn't go to Adam. That's why. So the whole world could be tricked like Eve right now. And he got Israelites believing he don't exist too.
Yep.
And he's a bad dude. He's a bad, but that's his job. That's his job. Whoever is not protected, gonna get it. And when you die, you go where he going. And you're gonna be locked in with him. You don't have to believe none of this. God said to tell y'all whether y'all here or forbear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you want to do with it. I don't care if you don't agree.
Yeah.
I do care if you do agree, though. I do care because it's God, not for me. I said, man, I'm not coming here no more. I'm not doing that. Come here, man. Sisters and brothers in the past have been in situations where I ain't gonna lie, man. They were done dirty. They were done dirty.
Right.
And you're not going to feel like being where you were done dirty, especially when nothing was done about it. But maybe God want to see how strong you are. Because look, you're strong. You leave from here, you ain't gonna make no Shabbats. I'm telling you right now. Leave from here, you won't be established. Dang, man. It's not a game.
No, it's real.
It's not a game, man.
Sure.
That's why the man said, don't be in denial of yourself.
Sure.
Once you don't lie to yourself and be truthful with yourself, nobody ain't got to come tell you nothing now.
Yep.
The job is for you to correct yourself, accept it, and then do the things that you're supposed to do.
Sure.
Time sheet.
Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked.
Only with your eyes shall thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. But that's the holy ones. The wicked don't get to see the wicked.
No.
Okay? That's the holy ones. You get to see. You get certain privileges, man. You get a backstage pass.
Yeah.
You get a backstage pass to where the pit at, to where the place of torture is at. Like my father in his dream. That's where you got to pass to be there to see people getting tortured and why. Because they didn't follow these commandments while they were alive. So only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked.
Because thou hast made El Israel, which is my refuge, even the Most High thy habitation.
You made it all about God. What inhabits your head is this. Your first duty is this. You don't put nothing else before this.
Yeah.
So that's going to be your strength. And God will protect you because of your mindset now. Tells you.
There shall no evil befall thee.
Now, wait. Ooh. No evil before you? You know what that is? Balaam was hired, okay? Top notch at that point in time. Nobody was more skilled in knowledge, okay, of witchcraft, sorcery, okay? Than that man. He had a college. The first college was a college of wickedness. The first school was a school of wickedness to teach the world wickedness, okay? When you go to college, don't join no frats. You know what that is, right? Fraternities. Those Greek fraternities. Okay? There are initiations and vows that you have to make to be down with those college fraternities.
Right.
Kappa, Phi, Beta, Kappa, Kappa. You see all that stuff they be doing in the colleges, they be coming and doing all that? All that come from Greece.
Right.
Stepping. They call it stepping.
Yeah.
What the
Right,
cheerleaders do.
Somebody's
All that come from Greece. While the men are wrestling naked in front of a big giant statue of Zeus,
Mhm.
the women are cheering them on. Would that sound familiar? That's sports.
Yep.
That's sports. Where do you think sports came from? The
Yeah.
Greeks and the Romans. That was their entertainment. Killing each other, racing, getting on horses and racing and see who wins. All that stuff was vain. You know what they did? They put money on it. Now you win this race, you win $1 million. That's what sports is into today. And that's why it's linked in to devilism also. You're not down with none of that stuff, you ain't gonna be no rapper, no actor, no basketball player, no football player, none of that. Look. It's hard to be a celebrity on YouTube now because they getting paid and they're getting locked in. You know why? Because that's not supposed to be why you exist. That's why that guy exists. Heard one guy said it, man, and he was right. He said, look, man, all those guys can do what they want, wear dresses, men lay down with men, this, that, and the third, all to eat this, He said, but no, man, I can't do it. He said, they do it and nothing happened to him.
Right.
He was right. I said, okay. I know that he realized his error. He ain't never gonna do that again. He said, man, they can do that because their God allowed them.
Yep.
Our God inhibits us. That's right. Love them words. Inhibit means prohibition. You are stopped. There's a line you can't cross.
That's right.
Restrained.
Restrained.
Thou shalt
right.
not.
Allow yourself to be restrained. Your spirit can run wild and buck wild loose.
Yeah.
And that's where sin come in at.
That's right.
Tough shit.
There shall no evil befall thee.
Mm-hmm.
Now there shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling.
Ain't no plague, no sickness, nothing coming in. Tough shit.
For he shall give his angels charge over thee.
You hear that, man? Told y'all. In the book of Daniel, I think it's chapter 7. The angel talking, kicking it with Daniel. He said, yo, my man, I was ordered to come to you the moment you decided to serve God. You made the moment
Made your mind.
you purposed your heart. That's what he said. We
Yeah.
say make our mind up.
They ain't even know.
But in the old English, it said your purpose to serve God, meaning your mind's made up.
That's right.
Little baby had that purpose in him. A little baby. You know, babies, they don't know each other. I don't know that I'm good or bad. They just want to eat, go to sleep, right?
That's it.
But in that little baby, there's a seed of good that if it was unhindered, he wasn't taught nothing crazy, that baby gonna serve God when he get older.
Right.
But unfortunately, it's not in the cards. Okay?
Somebody's right.
So
Somebody's
look,
right.
God causes ones that are holy to come near to him.
Yes, right.
Some of them are babies too. He said, no. He got some good stuff in him, man. Jeroboam went against all of God's commandments.
Yeah.
Set up his own holidays, right?
Yeah.
But his son came out good. He came out with a quality his father didn't have. You know why? His father fed his wickedness to the point where he ain't got it no more. No more good to serve God now. You only got good to serve that. You can only think good to do your evil. When it comes time to do the right thing, to do the good thing, the thing that God approves, you can't see that. Why? You ask yourself that? Ask yourself that. Why, when I put my head to do things that God hates, I can think, I can scheme, I can figure it out, I can see it. But over here, you can't see it because you got too much time over there.
Right.
You're blocking yourself.
Yep.
You cut your own self off, man.
That's what we do.
Everybody who honors their father and their mother succeed with God.
That's right.
I don't know nothing else about getting rich. And I'm not going to tell you that, because that's not the reward
That's right.
for keeping these commandments.
That's right.
Money ain't got nothing to do when you keep these commandments.
That's right.
That is not what y'all think the reward is. We've been hitting at it. We've been reading other books that go straight at it. The reward for keeping these commandments is that you come back from the dead at a certain time.
Right.
God brings you back here. The man said, yo, take it, cut it off, cut my tongue out. He said, because God is going to give me my sinews. You know what sinews is? Your veins,
Tendons.
your tendons,
Ligaments.
your ligaments. You got ligaments, you got little muscles here, so you're able to do this. You take that muscle out, you ain't doing it. You can't. God gave me, he said, yo, son of man, he said, can these bones live? He said, only you know, God.
Yeah.
I can't answer that question. When it comes to living and dying, you run that.
You run that department.
I'm not going to even try to figure that out.
Yeah.
That's your department. Only you know, God. He said, man, listen. And this was a vision he showed in the Valley of Dry Bones.
Right. So this is the house of
And
Israel.
he said, this is the house of Israel. This is metaphorically speaking. He said, they're dead at that time.
That's right.
You only had individuals. The nation was gone by then, y'all. Oh, understand your history, man.
Yeah.
Understand your history, man.
Done after that.
It was done off, man.
Done all.
He said, I will be your God. You will be my people. Did the people stay with God? No.
No.
And he warned them.
Yeah.
This land that y'all living in used to belong to the Canaanites.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they live, they can't stay in this land.
Mm.
They can't stay here. It's a certain way to live on this land.
Yeah.
So when your children, 400 years later, I'm going to use them as my personal sword to defeat these guys and put these holy people, I'm going to cause them to be holy so that they can live in that land. Because if they don't, and he told them in Deuteronomy 7, right or wrong,
Right.
he said, if you don't keep the commandments, this land, what's going to spit them out? He said, the land going to spit out. I'm not. It's already, so that means how you live in that land called Israel. These commandments is the only way to survive in that land.
That's right.
That's then, that's now. That's then, that's now. That's all I'm saying is whoever lives on that land, that holy land, God separated it. Anytime you got people that not living these commandments on that land, they get spit out. They get stomped on. They get overtaken. War pops up. Okay? These things don't happen for nothing, man.
That's right.
From the beginning of time, God said, yo, because the iniquity of the Amorites ain't yet fulfilled. You know what that means? So, yo, how they living? Out of everybody in this world, they the worst. According to what God did with these people and how he built them, they were the worst. They were the most wicked people in the ancient world. That's why they only had 400 more years to go. But guess what? We saved them alive.
Yeah.
God said kill him. We said no. He can pay me. I can make him live here. I can extort him freely. God said, I can give you that.
Yeah.
Do what I say.
That's right.
You didn't get a yay.
Yeah.
What you turned on me for, I could give you abundance for. What he told David, man. He said, yo, you ain't had to do that, man. He said, and if it was done, he said, if you wanted more, I'd have gave you thus and thus. You know what thus and thus mean? Anything you wanted.
For he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against the stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The young lion and the dragon shall thou trample under feet.
He said, you ain't gonna fear much. Look. You be so good. He got you so much that you will go against lions, pit bulls. You don't fear nothing. And you know nothing gonna happen to you. That's how she said, those who serve God will be sure. You know God now when you serve him. Tamshi.
Because he had set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high because he hath known my
He
name.
said, because he has set his love. You said devotion? You broke down devotion earlier.
Devoutly.
That's love.
That's right.
That's what when you said it, I said, okay, that's love. That's the actual real meaning of love.
That's
Being
right.
devoted and committed to God.
That's right.
No. Being devoted and committed to a woman or to a man. But it's love. Meaning, forget everything else. I'm all in with you. I'm so into you. I don't need to know why. I'm just going to do it.
Mhm.
That's where our head's supposed to be at. You're not supposed to have, look, I need this explained to me. This was been explained to you 1,000 times, 1,000 Shabbats. You ain't get it yet? What be in your head? That's why you can't advance. What be in your head while we sitting here? Identify yourself and correct.
Mhm.
Like I said, certain words, look it up. And according to those words, I don't lie with myself. And I see those definitions, I scan my heart to see if any of those bad characteristics is in my heart.
Mhm.
That's what we're supposed to do.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
He shall call upon me, and I will answer him.
Mhm.
I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him.
I'm
and
gonna hold him
honor him.
down, man. I'm gonna hold him down. You know why? Because he's gonna get in trouble and he's not gonna break.
Mhm.
God knows this. He says, I'm gonna hold him down.
Teach,
He
teach,
has proven himself
teach.
time and time again. Abraham has proven himself. When he gave up, he said, man, you down with me? He said, all right, look, now I'm gonna see all this stuff you've been keeping really valuable to you.
Mhm.
Take your son,
The
your only son, rubbed it in.
one you got.
Your only son that you love.
That's right.
I know you love your son. Every man loves his son.
Mhm.
That's why I need you to listen to me, man.
Mhm.
And I learned to love my father more because his love was serious, man.
Yeah.
If I love you, man, I'm going to tell you, man. I'm going to show you. I'm going to always tell you, man. That's love. Love is not lying to you. If I lie to you, I don't love you. I don't care about that.
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you, man. And if you love me, tell me. Where the love at? Tell me. I can take it if it's so. If it's not so, I'm going to let you know, and we squash that. But I can take it. Nobody is above this law.
Mhm.
Nobody, man. David said, I have sinned. Who are you? Who is me? Okay? Tamshi.
I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation.
Okay, go to Leviticus 19.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Yeah.
And then Israel speak unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, Israel, your
Before we
El,
get
am
into
holy.
any other laws, okay? You are supposed to be holy because God is holy. We're the only people who don't look or act like God, like the one who we say we serve. Everybody else look and act and behave according to their idol, because it's not a God. They call it God. It's an idol. It's an idol God. It doesn't exist.
Mhm.
But their devotion is greater than Israelites. Because God said, yo, man, if I had went to these people over here,
Mhm.
they would have hearkened.
Mhm.
So you got to watch it now.
Yeah.
You got to watch it. The only reason why I ain't going to those people is I got to keep my word. I promised Abraham, and I kept it with Isaac. and I kept it with Jacob. God don't lie. Okay? God did say he was going to bring them into the land of Israel, right?
Yep.
But not the state that y'all guys are in. Well, we're going to go through some stuff first. He said, now, at the end of the wilderness, the 40 years, he said, y'all ready to go to the land now. He said, all those who went after Baal Peor, went after this, I destroyed them. Oh, wow. You know what that means, right? God killed them. You can't go in that land having other idols and having any other idea in your mind. He said, for all of you that are saved alive this day, the reason why you are alive because you cleaved to the Lord your God. Cleave means to stick to adhere to follow all of the regulations, procedures, and commands and orders. You don't leave one out. Like my Abba said, you covered all your bases. You got a man on first, you got a man on second, you got a man on third, and you got a man on home plate. Nobody's going to steal those bases. No iniquity going to be able to get in now. That's how Job was. That's how Job was, man. Don't she?
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Man, before we get into anything else, the first order of a man or a woman becoming holy, right, is honoring your father and mother. You don't just say, well, I'm holy and that's it. There are rules you have to follow, laws that have to be accomplished after a time.
That's right.
They said it came to pass, the Lord appeared to Abraham. He wasn't coming to Abraham every day, and that was his friend. I don't have to see my friend every day. I don't have to see my friend every day. Right or wrong?
That's right.
But we always on the same level. He agree. And he hold me down. So he's like, my friend, that's what God said. So if I want to be holy, I can't have all this stuff covered and I don't honor my mother and father.
That's right.
So first I gotta honor them. Right? And it don't matter if you live with them or not. Like I said, we got baby mamas and baby daddies. So a lot of our children don't live with us. And the children know better. They know you got one parent that serve God, one parent that don't.
And the one that don't see
Stop
them against the one that
playing
serves God.
in between.
Don't play
Because
the.
that's what children do.
Yeah.
Okay? Show you don't have to disrespect your parents. But they will see that in your heart, this is the way you want to go.
Yeah.
And they will leave you alone.
Can I tell you?
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. 'Cause I gave this same advice to a lot of people in my lifetime. And they followed the advice.
Don't make it look like I'm forcing you.
And some-
Make it look like you're doing this because you
But
want
look,
to do it.
maybe you have an adversary. That's what you got to do here.
Yeah.
You only get what's in here. Your own heart's lust.
Yeah.
Okay? So you got to chance. So I say, scare your hearts, man.
Come on, man.
These words that we be reading and he be reading, I go home or I go here and I go, look. I'm not reading no law right now. I know thou shalt not steal. I'm to an advanced state with certain things. You need it, I don't. Okay? We came up under the best. made men, grown gangsters cry and run because they're not men enough to serve God. Yeah. They don't know the ways and they can't go through the rigorous training. A lot of guys go home because they can't take boot camp.
Yeah.
They can't take the sarge in their face.
Talking about.
So these things are going to be done a different way than everybody else because of the training. The more rigorous your training in this, the more established you're going to be.
Right.
That's how it goes. Now, how bad you want it is how bad you're going to get it. How about that? You want it more than this guy. You're going to get it.
Yeah.
My father wanted it more because he took his life serious before God. That's what we learned. He took his life serious before God. He said things like, Nah, man, because I don't want God mad at me.
Teach.
right.
That stuff count, man.
Somebody's
That's
right.
right.
Somebody's right.
But once God mad at you, you may not come back. Most people don't come back.
That's right.
And if you come back, I've seen people come back, but they didn't come back 10 times harder. They just said, when you come back, you serve the Lord. Because look, back then it said it. You had people, there's Israelites, and they left. They moving with the Moabites. But then something came to his head one day.
Facts.
Nobody had to tell him nothing. He said, yeah, you know what, man? I'm out of place.
Yeah.
Long enough time for this now. Okay? Let me get back where I belong. In good God's sight, in his graces. And when he come back, that's not the same dude that left, you know. Because when he was here the first time, he didn't jump on it. Now he's jumping on it. He's going to be established because he's jumping on it 10 times. They got it. Look. We the ones out of sync. They're smarter than us. The ancient world is smarter than us.
Oh yeah.
They built stuff without machines. Okay? Without cement. They know how to take dirt and hay and make bricks that last for over 5,000 years.
That's right.
These buildings are crumbling. In the ancient world, you still got stuff that's going to sit and hold to be a testament. All right? Time sheet.
Shall be every man his mother and his father, and keep my shop tote. I am Israel Yoel. Turn you not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Israel Yoel.
It said, do not make to yourself molten gods, because back then you make your own God. You come up with your own God. The first God that a heathen had back here was the God of his father.
Yeah.
Right.
When his father died, his father becomes a God. And you make a picture out of him. You make a statue out of him. And you write him, and you put a picture of him right here. Or you put his name there. Johnny. The day he was born and the day he died.
You use this picture for your profile.
Okay? You can't do that.
That's what
You
I
can't
said.
put dead people.
That's what I said. Don't do that.
You can't put
Don't
dead
do it.
people. But I miss them, this, that, and the third. You can't put them up. Yeah. Even on Facebook, that's your profile.
No.
That's your profile.
Facebook business.
Make sure.
All right? God said that.
Yeah. Teach, bro.
Yeah.
Teach.
Certain things you can't promote in that because
Yeah.
it's worship of the dead. And it's old Egyptian custom.
Yeah.
Teach.
Okay. And God said, don't follow the ordinances of the Egyptians.
Yes.
Follow my ordinances.
Fact.
And that's one of their ordinances.
That's a fact.
Time sheet.
If you offer sacrifice of peace offerings unto El Israel,
We ain't in that stage. We're close to God. Well, we don't even know how to give him a peace offering. An offering just so he could be peaceful with you. That's after the sin offering. That's after the trespass offering.
To get back in favor.
To get back in favor. I don't want you to even think of what I did 40 years ago, 10 years ago, because it'll get you mad again. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
I've seen parents do that. I've done it as a parent. I said, yo, man, look at that. I remember that day you did this, you did that, man. I said, don't do that again. And my parents did it with me. And it's the same thing with us in God. But look. He ain't coming down here and tell you, give it to you like that.
no.
You gotta have that in you to want to do this.
That's right.
And if you don't have no practice with your father and mother, where you gonna get it from?
You got to be in you.
Time sheet.
You shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you
This,
offer it
the
tomorrow.
peace offering is of your own will. That way I know you did this from the heart. You did this on your own. Time sheet.
It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow, and the pork remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted.
It shall not be accepted.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. because he had profaned the hollow thing of El Israel.
These are God's offerings. God's offerings have a time limit. Is it 3 days, right? They had 3 days. And you had 3 days to eat that. That wasn't a little plate of food, you know. The offering was an animal.
Right.
So he giving you 3 days, because that's what you eat for the next. You eat that until it's done, or the 3 days is up. Time sheet.
That soul shall be cut off from among his people. When you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field. Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. Thou shalt not glean.
Don't clean out everything, man. Farm rules for farming. God has rules for the farmers. He has rules for everything that you can conceive of in life. There are rules to tilling the ground. Okay? And this is one of them. He said, yo, man, God's commandments give life, man, and longevity, and make you more wise than anybody in the world. Do y'all know that, man?
That's right.
Because you're going to know things, man, godly secrets that another person not going to be able to perceive. They're going to look at it like it's diabolistic. Yeah. Cut off, people not going to see it, man.
Yeah.
That's why I don't bother myself and tell nobody nothing. My family. That's it. That's it. You got a question? I don't have that energy. Okay? I'm already locked in on another level. All right? Yeah. I don't have that energy. I don't have time to be debating with students that are bad students. A student is supposed to be listening with attention so that he can take this to himself or herself. Yeah. But you see it in Hosea, it said the people contend with the priests. They contend with the priest. You know what that means? They argue with the priest. They tell the priest that's not the right way to do the sacrifice. These are the people we dealing with. Tell you.
Thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am El Israel Yael. You shall not steal.
Don't take nothing that don't belong for you. Right? We don't have to get into all the technical things. We don't have enough time. But when you take something that does not belong to you in any level, form, or fashion, you have stolen.
That's right.
And this is why things happen to you.
That's right.
And this is why whatever you stole, you ain't coming up off of that. Don't y'all notice that?
Yes.
Bank robbers. They got $2 million. Did they enjoy it?
Nope. And
You got it. You got it. You got it. But did you enjoy it?
Nope.
He said God blew. He said God blew. He said blew on it. You know what it do? You know what happened when God blew on it? Something happens and it's going to make a fool and his money depart from each other.
You ain't gonna
You're not going to enjoy it.
You're not gonna enjoy it.
He said, look, you're not going to get in this land that I gave you for free. You didn't work for it. You didn't build nothing. You didn't plant nothing. Okay? All you got to do, I made it easy for you. All you got to do is move in. Nobody in the world had that privilege, man. All you got to do is move in.
Yep.
But you have to keep these commandments to stay here.
That's right.
And that's why things are happening.
That's right. That's right.
You see who's in Israel right now? Say those people leave. And Eskimos move over there. Right? And people from Australia move over there. They're going to go at it with each other.
Something's going down.
Because they're not godly. Do you understand what's going on?
That's right.
That land, whoever lives on that land then and now is something linked with God. Why you got to do it? The land ain't gonna jack you, ain't gonna feel you. They're getting spit out.
Literally.
Another party said it will vomit out the inhabitants thereof.
Look at the land out there.
People are dispersing. People are getting banned. Oh no, nobody can leave. Nobody can come in.
The spots is being
Spots are
destroyed.
being destroyed. The landscape, things are changing. Right. Over there now. But that's God's land.
That's God, man.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
There is a way to live in that land. Okay? Tell you.
Bro, you should not. I seen a Jewish dude. And I said, it's bad what they doing to them Jews in Israel. You know what he said? He woke me up. He said, God is doing it. The nigga said,
God is doing it.
He said, God is
Oh,
doing it.
hey, look, man. Ain't nobody cry for Israel. All those people over there was happy when when the land spit us out. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
These children of the people. So they got to go through what they got to go through. I don't wish no ill on nobody.
Yeah.
But God is doing that. I'm not happy, but I'm not sad either.
Right.
Okay? Tamshi.
You shall not steal, not to deal falsely, not to lie one to another.
All these things got to do with being deceitful, lying and stealing, crafty and slick. All that stuff got to do with not being true. Not saying what you mean and meaning what you say. Oh, no, I didn't mean that, but you said it. How was I supposed to know you meant something else?
That's right.
That's high level wickedness, man.
Mm.
When you don't even notice it.
That's right.
I'm like, yo, you don't know what you just said to me, man? I said, whoa, slow down. People be talking fast. They be talking fast. My father always told me, don't let nobody talk fast. If you talk fast, slickster. And I follow that. And you know, when you follow your father, follow your mother, you make people mad. The people don't honor people who honor their parents. You understand that, man? People don't honor, so don't look for that.
Yeah.
Don't look for that for them. They want you to be misery just like them.
Yeah.
Some don't have what you have, so they don't care. They don't know. Well, look, I got company now. No. Yeah, man. One dude, I remember when I was young, one of my friends said, man, this guy here, he's scared of his father. BAM! Yeah. Good friend of mine, too. I ain't gonna tell you who it is, because he's still my friend. He just got out of line that day. He said the wrong thing. You damn right. I was commanded to fear my father and my mother. He said, you shall honor and fear them. Right or wrong? The same way you fear God, you have to fear them. So you telling me that? I'm going to show you what happens when you mock me doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I'm going to show you what happens when you make fun of my turban.
Yeah.
You're going to like it. That's why my face be grilled up. I don't, when I have my stuff on, it doesn't, you know, my face be grilled up.
Oh,
Serious.
All you do is take care of your parents.
That's all I need to do.
What's up?
I did everything else. I did it better than you. Now I'm doing something you ain't never did. And I will get merit from God for it because I'm doing his command. And this is what makes me better. Misery Love Company. They'll say anything to stop you on your road to the path of God. Time sheet.
You shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shall I profane the name of thy God. I am Israel. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, not rob him.
Don't fraud him, man. Be straight up with him. I said, yo, man, you told me this. Yeah, I said, so what did you expect for me to do? I'm acting upon what you told me. Now, next week now, oh no, I didn't say it. I didn't mean it. You know what I said the other day? I'm gonna start using this. Every incident going on the camera. Me too. Because I forget. And I do things. Yeah. We do so much. He said, man, these people is able to count their sins. I can't even count my sins. They can count their sins, man. Don't say nothing wrong about these people, man.
That's right. That's right.
Nothing.
David.
We only know about what David's sin was because God told us.
That's right.
It don't exist. You know that, right?
No, it don't.
God did something special. He wiped it. So you ain't dying. But it don't go for naught. We gotta be careful because we got sons. And he may not lay this particular thing on you, you lay it on him. That's what he did. But he was in such a state with God. God said, "Nah, I'm not killing
I'm
you.
not doing it to you.
You're my favorites.
Not happening.
Not doing it."
One man said, "Blessed be his holy name."
That's right.
Keep it moving.
And keep it moving.
Kept it moving.
That's right. Because it's the place that he's at.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it to your son.
Yeah. He said, "But your son's now." He said, "The sword gonna stay in your house." And that's why they had crazy thoughts. The man never thought to lay down with his sister. How he fell in love with his sister. Now he got a desire. He can't eat. He's lovesick. You know that's the whole lovesick. Puppy love. Yeah, puppy love for his sister. And then he did something even worse. That was more dishonorable
Kick her
than
out.
forcing it.
Kick her out.
Because she was a virgin. My man looked at me like,
Told them, don't do this.
she was a virgin. See, certain things go down different when they're virgins and not promiscuous. Okay? I can't kick her out. She said, "Man, this is worse than what you just
She
did.
said, "You just did something crazy.
I'm yours.
And this is worse."
I have to step. You took it. It's yours. I belong to you.
Right,
You
I
took it by
belong to you.
force."
Right.
He said, "Look, our father will sanction it. It's done already."
Yeah.
You know, people right there was like, "Oh, that's what." Look, you shut up. The reason why all of this is happening because of iniquity. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons.
That's right.
That was a perfect example.
That's right.
So that's why it went crazy like that.
On the son.
Stop looking at them. It's showing what happened when you set iniquity off and when it gets visited. Tom Sheep,
Wages of him that is hired should not abide with thee your whole life.
pay the man. Pay the man everything you said you're going to pay him. And you do the job that you said you was going to do. Because I've seen that. You say, "Yo, man, he's not paying me my pool." He said, "Yeah, because he didn't finish the job." Stop running around here acting like he did you wrong. You didn't complete your part of the bargain. Now you want me to judge in your favor? And you wrong. You don't get no money. Go finish the job. Perform what you said out your mouth. We got a thing where we don't want to do our part. You got to do your part. Think about it. All that is wickedness, man. That's the stuff that God wants us to get out of us. Tom Sheep.
The wages of him that is hired should not abide with thee your whole life until the both way. God shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy El. I know Israel.
Okay, now. I missed the meaning here, right? From the other chapter. Yeah. Seated. Right? It said God will be your covering. God will shelter you. Right? Wow. It says something that covers or conceals. Something shelter is something or someone who protects. To conceal means to place out of sight. To prevent disclosure or recognition. Okay? I can hide my true intent. Okay? Or I can take this. God, everybody's touching this. I take this and go hide it. I conceal it. Now, you ain't gonna recognize. It's not gonna come in your head now because you don't see it when you pass here all the time.
Right.
You can't call recognition. Okay? To expose, to view, to make known or public. Okay? It's a special, now that means recognition. When you recognize something, you take special notice to it,
Right.
and attention, and make it known or it's public. Now, recognition means special notice or attention, acknowledgement, or agreement to express gratitude or obligations of. To expose to abuse. So all these things this is why I say you can't be a liar in this sight. Okay? So If I'm going to be open with you guys, I got to be correct.
Yes.
Make full, complete acknowledgement. When I acknowledge my sins, I own. You say own up to your stuff. Own, or I admit knowledge of. I admit the knowledge. I know I did wrong. Okay, or agreement with to express gratitude or obligation of. See, what I do is now I admit and acknowledge that I'm correct, that I'm wrong. When I do that, I am in agreement to express gratitude or obligation. Gratitude and obligation. I'm able to do these things now because I acknowledge my faults. That's what David said.
Yep.
Didn't he say that?
That's right.
He said, I acknowledge my fault. You know, the way I read it, it's like he's saying with a confident voice. He said, oh God, I acknowledge my faults. You know, when a man says certain things concerning God, heathen, wicked people who haven't made their mind up, they're gonna say, man, let's get out of here. Nobody's capable of not lying no more. Do y'all know that?
That's right.
Non-believers. The wicked in their head is, nah, you gotta have some wickedness. Nah, that's their mindset. Okay? So all these words, man, when you look them up, you have to church your heart with it, man. Special notice or attention and acknowledgement that I'm wrong. David said, I have sinned. Saul said, hey, but I did obey. He said, no, you didn't. He said, yeah, you did. Hey, give a hard time, man. He said, to accept or act in accordance, to accept or act in accordance with a rule. The rule is the law. A decision. God's decision, your father's decision, your mother's decision, your husband's decision, or a recommendation. You know what a recommendation is? God said, choose. He said, you choose. He said, but choose life. That was a recommendation. I recommend you go over here and do this. I recommend you don't do that. So you follow the recommendation. If your mother and your father recommend, they don't really come like, yo, man, they say, yo, I don't think you should do that one. And they walk off. Take that as a command. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
Right? That's what a recommendation is. You're on your own with that. I recommend you don't do it. Now, order is you got to do it. It's a difference. That's the recommendation. It's up to you. So I accept with rules, decisions, recommendations. All these things we got to change in our heart. With the laws and the physical laws and everything else, a lot of work to be done. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
I hope you got what was brought earlier just now. And today is a Shabbat day. I'm happy. I wasn't happy this week. I start acting like my Abba now. I be miserable in the week. Sometimes I don't speak to him, man. I said, damn, you didn't even speak to your brother today.
Me too,
You
John.
didn't speak to him. But today, it's different, man.
Me too. I start from Thursday. Oh.
And all week I kept saying, so tomorrow's Friday.